Hello. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. May I request everyone to please be seated? We will be beginning the program in 5 minutes. Assam, can I have everyone's attention? We are about to begin the program. Good morning and Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and welcome to the first ever Cambridge Teachers Conference 2024 being held in Lahore. My name is Anoop Tahir.
And I'm Mujtaba Gilani, and we'll be your hosts for the day. Before we begin, just some general instructions for you all. Oh, sorry, can you all hear me now? Perfect. My name is Mujtaba Gilani, and I'm joined by my colleague Anoop Tahir. We'll be your hosts for the day. Before we begin, some general instructions for you all. I'd request that all of you switch your mobile phones to silent. Washrooms are located to the right outside the hall, and we have tea and refreshments at the back of the hall.
We will be also, having some refreshment breaks during the day, which are mentioned on the brochure that is there in your packs. Along with that, we also have our Cambridge University publications booth at the back, which you can, see during the refreshment breaks as well.
Thank you. First and foremost, we would like to thank each and every one of you for being here today. We are joined by school heads, senior government officials, colleagues from higher education, and teachers. As we begin, we want to take a moment to acknowledge why Cambridge has decided to hold this conference.
Teachers are the backbone of our educational system, the ones who hold the fort together day in and day out. Their dedication and hard work and passion for teaching is what shapes the future of our students. Before we officially begin, can I please request you all to please rise for the national anthem?
Today we are joined by over 350 teachers, mainly from Punjab, and hundreds are watching us live on YouTube. Whether you traveled from near or far, your presence today shows your commitment to education.
Our aim today is to provide you with new insights, tools, and connections that will help you continue to excel and innovate in your educational practices. We hope that you will find today's sessions, discussions, and interactions relatable.
To officially kick off our conference, I'd like to request Uzma Yusuf, Country Director, Pakistan at Cambridge University Press and Assessment, for the welcome address.
Thank you, Mushtaba and Anoop. We are going to use them as unpaid masters of ceremonies for all our events now. So a very warm welcome to the inaugural Pakistan Teachers Conference 2024. We have had conferences before, we've been meeting, we've been talking to principals, school leaders, but as all of us understand that teachers are the single most important critical factor in the quality of education that we are able to provide for our students. So this year, the theme of the conference for teachers and for school leaders to explore with us is finding educational balance in a changing world. I don't think anybody will disagree. I think it's a very mild title, the best we could get away with, instead of saying finding order in chaos or the whole your house is burning and you have to figure out what to do and continue a decent job of looking like everything is normal. So as we gather here today, it is essential to recognize that dynamic and evolving landscape of education juxtaposed against a very chaotic and changing world. The challenges and opportunities we face in balancing traditional educational methods with modern innovative approaches are immense. Yet, they are incredibly exciting and force us to think. This conference is designed to help us navigate these complexities together. We are here to explore key topics such as impact of technology, fostering critical thinking and creativity, promoting teacher and learner well-being, and supporting the whole child in the real world. Our goal is to provide you with practical strategies and fresh perspectives to help create a balanced, effective, and healthy learning environment. As we have just discussed, the single most important variable in education is teachers. The quality of education in a classroom cannot exceed the competence of the teacher who is running that classroom. We want to acknowledge the pivotal role that teachers play in shaping the future. Your dedication, passion, and expertise are the foundation of our educational system. Many studies have shown that the quality of individual teachers is one of the most significant variables, influencing how much progress students make in the classrooms. There were so many studies that I could quote that I thought this is one universal fact for which I don't need to say who said what. Everybody said exactly the same thing, from Hattie back to the ancient times and to researchers of today. As we navigate the complexity of contemporary education, the theme, finding educational balance in a changing world, is more relevant than ever. There's been a recent, especially post-COVID, there has been a huge concern about well-being of teachers and of students. According to World Health Organization, maintaining a healthy work-life balance is crucial for preventing teacher burnout and ensuring sustained performance. That's why we also have some management here as well. So understanding the factors that enhance teacher well-being is crucial for enriching teaching experience for teachers and learning experience for learners, leading to an enabling school environment. We'll be discussing some of these issues today through our sessions, and we'll be inviting your feedback, so stay tuned. Our headline session is the keynote address by Dr. Ali Cheema, Vice Chancellor of Lahore University of Management Sciences. We are honored that Dr. Cheema took some time out of his very busy schedule in a chaotic world, which got more chaotic post-budget speeches in the Parliament, to come and speak to us today. He'll be talking about education in an age of disruption. We look forward to hearing your perspective on this, Dr. Cheema, and how can we try to strike the right balance in education. We also have with us Dr. Simon Child, who's the head of assessment training at the research wing of University of Cambridge Press and Assessment. He'll be exploring understanding assessment. What is too much, too little, or too early? So can I ask you all a question? And I'll give you numbers and you can raise your hands. Be honest, in your schools, at what age do you start assessing a child formally? Those schools or parents who think this starts at age 3, could you raise your hands? 4. Okay, few more hands. 5. So none of the schools do any assessments from nursery to 1 or nursery or pre-nursery to nursery? What age do you start assessments? Some start at 8, some start at 5. 6? How many start assessments at 6? Okay. And 5? Okay, some 5. They know Simon's sitting there, so people are not going to raise their hands, but that's fine. Those who are doing the Cambridge program, so HSN and LGS, you're out. The question is, at what age does a Cambridge program start formal assessment? Not the ones who are doing the Cambridge program. They are exempted from the challenge. Sorry? Any guesses? So the guesses are 7. Okay. So we actually start formal assessments at approximately age 8, which is grade 3. We don't do any assessment before. So Simon is going to, and I'm a mother of 7-year-olds, so it's very close to my heart. I've memorized all of this. So Simon is going to explore this in more detail. Can anybody tell me what does the word assessment mean? Any mics? Anybody can take around, guys? Mohammed? So what does the word assessment mean? Just 2 guesses.
It means to sit with someone.
Absolutely. How many of you thought that that was the answer? Sherazad did? I didn't. I only found out that assessment actually means to sit with someone. And what we've turned assessments into is this anxious monstrosity of a word that kills all joy of learning. So we will again defer to Simon to say, to tell us what we can do better. So it's a critical part of education, but finding the right balance is often very challenging, and this challenge we grapple with on a daily basis. So I'm sure all of us agree that preparing students for the future involves more than just academic excellence and doing well at assessments. So every generation is told that you are being prepared for jobs that don't exist yet. In case of today, we are being told that jobs will not exist. And you will not have any jobs. AI, machine learning, machines will take over your jobs. According to Yuval Noah Harari, what is likely to remain relevant is jobs that require a high degree of emotional intelligence, creative professions that involve artistic or imaginative skills, and jobs that include care and high level of empathy and understanding. So all of that is a very critical mix of skills and understanding. Another interesting fact is that by 2030, there'll be more women millionaires than men. So all of you ladies are going to be very rich very soon. So we will then bring you back to Cambridge, and we'll tell you how we can support students, how we can support you in preparing students. And Caroline Tiller, my colleague from Cambridge, who's also the first woman to go to the Cambridge college that she went to, and I forget the name, is going to do that presentation. We will also have a panel discussion moderated by Elizabeth Cater, who's our Director of Marketing at the Cambridge University Press and Assessment. Thank you, Elizabeth. Lovely to have you here. And a very warm welcome to all 3 of you, Simon, Elizabeth, and Caroline, for joining us from Cambridge in June in Pakistan. This is the time when we run away generally from here. So last but not least, we've also planned 11 breakout sessions that will cover a range of topics like enhancing communication skills, leadership, and a lot of other things we thought you might find useful. It's not a one-way conversation. We hope to learn from you as much as we can during the day. So these events are a great opportunity to connect with fellow colleagues from education community. We've got teachers, students, we've got a lot of presence from higher education, policy makers, we've got the head of mathematics from LUMS Faculty of Education, we've got policy makers like Mr. Imran Masood, he's here, there's British Council is here, so make the most of Amanda. I can spot Amanda sitting somewhere. Amanda, Kanwal. So we've tried to get everybody together in one room for you to be able to make the most of it. And you can also look at our resources and meet Mr. Salahuddin, who is responsible for making sure they get to you in time. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Cheema. So Dr. Ali Cheema is the Vice Chancellor and an Associate Professor of Economics at LUMS. He leads the Mehbubul Haq Research Center at LUMS and is a founder for the Center for Economic Research in Pakistan, SAP. Dr. Ali also serves as a Senior Research Fellow at the Institute of Development and Economic Alternatives Ideas and co-leads the International Growth Center's Pakistan program. He has a rich background in academia and research. He was the chair of the economics department at LUMS from 2004 to 10 and served on the board of trustees of the Institute of Development Studies in Sussex, IDS, which is one of the most well-respected development studies centers in the UK. He was a founding member of the Relief Information System for Earthquakes, which won the Stockholm Challenge Award. His academic journey, however, is very interesting. He was a Rhodes Scholar and went to Oxford, spent 3 years there, and then he realized he was missing out on the best. So he made his way to Cambridge and did an MPhil in economics and politics from Cambridge. Hence, he corrected his path. We all make mistakes, but eventually if we make up for them, that's brilliant. So, Dr. Ali, we are very proud of you for making the right choice eventually. So could I please invite you to come and share your thoughts with us?
Thank you, Uzma. I want to thank CIE for giving me this opportunity. It's an incredible honor to talk to school teachers and leaders who, in my opinion, are going to be central in really determining the future of Pakistan. So it is indeed an honor. I just want to correct Uzma on one thing. When I left Oxford to go to Cambridge, I always felt I went to the wrong place. But that's just an aside. I'm just joking. Had a great time at Cambridge. So what I want to do today is that I want to really talk about the future. And it's important to talk about the future for a very simple, fundamental reason, that the future is promising to bring rates of disruption that are unprecedented in human times. So if you think about the world, all the way up till the Industrial Revolution, the world was a very stagnant place. If you look at income levels in the world, they were flat. In fact, if you plot the income levels of the world, they're like the heartbeat of a dead person. They're completely flat till about the Industrial Revolution. Then suddenly, basically, human income levels and populations take off. And you have the Industrial Revolution, followed by the Second Industrial Revolution, and so on and so forth. But those revolutions that came in the way people lived and in the way people worked came after periods of time. So, if you look at the first Industrial Revolution and the Second Industrial Revolution, there was almost a century between them. So jobs, although they shifted, they remained stable for very, very long periods of time. And in fact, if we think about the past, one's own lifetime, things have been pretty stable. I mean, our ideas about how we should work, what are the jobs that are important, what are going to be the fundamental building blocks of society, have pretty much remained stable over the past 30, 40 years and were being disrupted since the late 90s. Now that pace of disruption is just going to become incredibly, incredibly fast. And it's going to affect jobs, and it's going to affect education. So it's important that we take stock about what this future holds, what are the challenges, what are these disruptions. Let's try and give them some names. and put some numbers to them. And how will that affect what we ought to be doing? And I'm using the word we because we're all invested in this fundamental mission of educating Pakistan. The thoughts that I'm going to share with you are based on kind of 2 or 3 different types of things that I've been involved in. Most fundamentally, I've been a university faculty member myself who's taught in undergrad programs. For the past decade, I've actually chosen to teach a first-year course in an undergraduate program, which means basically I'm actually teaching kids right after their A-levels and FSC. So I've had about a decade of experience of what's happening. And actually, when I joined LUMS in '99, for the first 5 years, I also taught the first year. So I have an interesting vantage point of comparison there. The second thing is I'm an economist who works in the labor market, so I'm going to bring that knowledge to bear on this question. And the third thing that's there is that I'm going to also be talking about this whole thing in wearing my hat and as an administrator. I became the Vice Chancellor earlier on in this year, and we're grappling with some of these challenges. So, it's important to share those with you. So the talk is basically titled Education in an Age of Disruption. What are these fundamental disruptions? Okay, the first is basically that there's an unprecedented rate of skills disruption. What these graphs are showing is the kind of blue parts of the graph basically is a measure of whether employers think that core skills are going to be likely to be changing in the next 5 years. This is based on a survey conducted by the World Economic Forum, so it's a global survey. And if you see 2016, and I didn't plot the years before, employers effectively thought that about 1/3 of the skills would change in the next 5 years. That's really grown up to about 44%. And actually, if you look at 2020, it's almost people were thinking when AI came and these things came, that about 60% of skills will be disrupted. So the future is that people are expecting skills to be disrupted. There's no stability in the core skills that employers or the market is expecting, and I think that's important. And if I didn't sort of plot these things over time, if you plot these over time for a longer period, the rate of this disruption is pretty phenomenal that we're expecting. And I think that's important for us to think through. The second important thing is that basically this disruption is radically changing the nature of the skill landscape. Now, what's really interesting here, what this graph is plotting is 2 things. It's basically telling you what employers think should be the reskilling focus. What should be the skills, what are the skills of the future? And that you can see by seeing what are the skills that fall to the right. But skills that fall to the top are skills that they value today. So anything that's in the top right corner are skills that they value today and skills that they think are going to be fundamental for tomorrow. So if you look at those skills at the top, what you see are analytical thinking, creative thinking, resilience, flexibility and agility, curiosity and lifelong learning. Notice what does not show up. What doesn't show up is mathematics. What doesn't show up is CS. What doesn't show up is programming. In fact, you can find a lot of those dots to the bottom left. So what that means is that these are things people are taking for granted, that the current system is going to give you. So they're core skills that are important, but they're not going to be the differentiators, either today or in the future. And I think this is extremely important. And it ties up with the quote that Uzma put up, which is this quote about sort of creativity, about analytical thinking, about problem-solving abilities, are going to be the true differentiators for the skilled labor force of tomorrow. And I think this is extremely important. I also want to draw attention to one thing which ties up with the first slide, which is this thing about curiosity and lifelong learning. Why is this being actually highlighted or sort of thought through by employers is because skills are going to constantly be disrupted. So jobs that we think will be important in the next 10 years may not exist in the 10 years after that. So what this means is that the notion that I qualified as a chartered accountant, and then I took a 50-year view of how do I climb the career ladder as a chartered accountant, is going to be constantly disrupted because that industry might completely change. And at some point climbing that ladder, I might have to move laterally, which means I have to have the ability to learn how to learn. And that is also a fundamental challenge that this labor market is actually bringing. I'm going to, so this is an interesting graph. You don't have to dwell on it. I'll just basically summarize it for you. What this is showing is what is the skills that students are investing in. And it turns out that students today are globally investing in skills which are not the skills that employers actually think matter for the future. So the demand and supply of this market is very broken. People are not kind of investing in taking up courses which necessarily prepare them for the future. So what that tells me is if you're going to leave this question to parents and students, things are going to take a long time to reset. So the roles of schools and educators becomes fundamentally important in driving this mission. Okay, the second big disruption is AI. And I just did a fun thing here. I actually went to ChatGPT and I asked ChatGPT 2 questions. The first question was to write a short para on the role of AI in de-skilling students as effective learners. And it gave me some really reasonable things because AI has hit the university big time. I see a lot of my colleagues here. They know what that disruption is. And actually what AI wrote here is exactly what our experience is. So, let me read some of the fun bits. While AI offers powerful tools for automating tasks and providing instant answers, it also runs the risk of diminishing critical thinking and problem-solving skills among students. Relying too heavily on AI for learning can reduce the need for deep comprehension and analysis. I tell my students that this is like, AI is like one of the biggest ironies, that you're going to use this to solve your questions and your learning problems. And in that, the way you're using it, which is not intelligently, but just to kind of save your labor, that it's going to end up de-skilling you for the labor market. And tomorrow the employer is going to say, well, AI is just better than you, why do I need you? That's the irony in this whole thing. And that's an irony that we need to confront again. You can't just leave this to students to navigate themselves, but you have to set up systems of how do you deal with AI. The second was write a short para on how AI can enable cheating in exams. And it gives you really good answers of how it would and what's the disruption that it would cause, because it's really very costly to catch people while they are using AI. And AI, the fundamental thing is it can actually, it's going to develop the skills to give you customized answers. So catching cheating in just kind of predetermined assessments is going to become really, really hard and very, very costly for systems, unless the only way of examining is to put people in a room with monitors on top with papers, which is going back to very primitive forms of assessment. So this is a second big disruption. The third disruption, which nobody in Pakistan wants to talk about, but I think it's critical to talk about, is the rise in anxiety. We have a kind of boot camp approach. It's kind of always existed, cope with it. Like the millennials, Generation Z and Generation Alpha, I don't know, like they don't have a good backbone, Actually, there's a great book that I'm going to talk about, and this is from that book. which is basically showing that if you look at, this is US figures, but this is true globally, that if you look at the rates of increase of anxiety, 2010 is a fundamental breaking point when things take off very phenomenally, right? So the world in the realm of anxiety before 2010 looked very different from the world around anxiety post 2010. And you can see that if you look at, sorry, actually, let me, पीछे जाना, एक और पीछे चले, एक और पीछे चले जाओ. So if you look at sort of anxiety since 2010, it's actually grown up by about 134%. That's pretty phenomenal. You get similar kinds of figures for depression. अब अगले पे चले जाओ. And what you find is when you do this analysis by age cohort, the biggest rise is in the age group of 18 to 25 in any year plotted on this figure, right? So if you think about it in terms of generations, anxiety levels in the millennials and the generation Z and alpha is just much higher than what preceded it. So, you know, the fundamental thing is that we really don't understand what's going on, so we need to really come to grips with it. But there's lots of interesting research that's begun, and there's a great book that I would recommend by Jonathan Haidt, which is called The Anxious Generation. It's a great read. It's an easy read. Basically, it's important to read it. And Jonathan Haidt, I mean, this is kind of one hypothesis for why this may be going on, talks about two things which I think are fundamentally important. The first is the decline of play-based childhood. So we've just like completely structured childhood in a very scheduled form, and we've disrupted. I mean, actually childhood is shrinking. And we say that, you know, when we talk to each other, we say like, oh, kids are becoming adults very early, right? As if that's a natural thing. But actually it's a socialized thing, right? How do we create spaces within school systems and homes to, in fact, recover childhood in some sense? But the point Haidt is making is that there's a decline of place-based childhood because we're overprotecting children through schedules. But there's a rise of phone-based childhood, which is we're underprotecting kids in the virtual world, right? So on the one hand, you have huge exposure to virtual technologies, right, which has a big effect on people's bandwidth. But on the other hand, socialization, how do you come together, how do you play together, how do you work together, those types of bonds are being dismembered both by the education system and by the scheduling that's happening in families. And we think that this is natural, but it's not. We are creating this world actively as adults, and I think we need to rethink it. Agle pe chalo. One important thing, and this is a big change that I've seen in the universities, kids cannot read. They can't read because they don't have the attention spans for reading. And this is extremely, extremely worrying. Like their ability to absorb something that is long and that requires them to labor is actually shrinking. Now again, we can either take that as a natural constraint and say, oh, we're going to remodel everything to this phenomena, or we want to say, no, the losses associated with this phenomena are going to be really, really hard to deal with. So we want to actually open up the bandwidth for people to recover these important ways of actually developing themselves. The fourth problem, which is not, I think, a disruption, but it's a recognition, is that there's a increasing recognition of diversity of learning. So all I'm plotting here is, again, this is US data. This is a percentage of children identified as having a disability. When I talk about diversity, I'm not only talking about learning disabled or other disabled kids, but actually diversity of learning. But I just wanted to focus on disability as a stark point or a stark element of that point. And again, what you see is there's a pretty sharp rise, and that rise that's coming about is perhaps because this is increasingly being recognized now in systems. Agle pe chale jaye. Again, I don't want to like bore you with this graph, but all it's showing you is that, when you have kids that are to the left in standard assessment examinations, they do much more badly. It was just a kind of fact. I don't need to show data for that. So there's a distribution. And again, I think there's a challenge because every parent that comes thinks that their kid has to have a 3.9 GPA or they're all going to have A's and A pluses. And anything below that is a signal of failure. But definitionally, there's going to be a distribution and there are going to be kids on the left tail of the distribution, right? So who are we going to serve? How do we actually, the motto that no child is left behind in terms of learning, how do you ensure that? How do you make sure that all boats rise is a way we have to think about learning and we have to think about assessments. Aage chale. The last thing I want to talk about is gender stereotypes and disparities. And I've been thinking a lot about this. So the big challenge here is that actually if you look at STEM, right, there is basically, which is the right side. So the pink bars are male proportions in different fields, and the blue are females. The right is STEM, and as you can see, the proportion of women, this is again global data, the proportion of women in STEM really fall. Now the interesting question, and here Pakistan becomes important, is actually if you look at women in medical colleges, in fact, there are more women who enter medical colleges than boys. And this has got the whole system in an uproar. And we can debate that. That's not related to this point that I'm making here. But that's not true in STEM. So why is that the case? Because it's not like becoming a doctor is a really hard job. So the notion that, women just go into jobs which offer kind of flexible time, that's not true of doctors. To complete your medical degree is a really, really hard time commitment that women go through, but they don't go into STEM. And I think what's happening is that there's some gender role determination that's happening in the schooling system. And what's driving this, I don't know, but this is something we want to break if we want to see Uzma's women millionaires coming about in the world. Agli skip kar dein, usse agle pe chale jaye. Okay, so is conventional education actually delivering on all of this? And I think not, for the following reason. One, conventional education is very discipline focused. And in the case of Pakistan, it's kind of very narrow discipline focus. The A-level choices that kids make are very narrow choices, right? They're loath to take subjects that make them read, that make them write. And that's a big problem. So what they lose out on is that they don't build critical and analytical skills, right? The second thing is that this whole system is driven by subjects, exams, and grades, right? And it's kind of fascinating. And the other kind of interesting thing about me is I didn't do OA levels. I did the metric FA BA. When I did the metric BA and FA, at that particular point, that was taught about the rote system. And the big thing about what was the senior Cambridge and the higher senior Cambridge in my day was there was kind of a system that made you think analytically, and it was a much better system. But in some sense, we've cracked the code. So a lot of what kids are doing, even in preparing for A-levels, is to do a lot of exam practice to crack the test. So we're teaching to the test. Now what that does is it really throws people off. So I do a kind of interesting thing. If you give kids questions and you teach them to the test, and these are bright kids. I mean, kids who come to LUMS are really bright kids in their first years. And usually in the first term I do this. You switch the emphasis in the question. And what's interesting is that, of course, they can all, in the end, solve it, but they struggle because now they don't know what the question is about. They don't have a certainty of what the question is. They have to grapple with thinking about what the question is asking. The other thing that you can do is you break the match between what they know and what the question is by making it more by making the pathway more complicated. And again, they start to self-doubt, basically. Why? Because if you were teaching them to think on their feet, then this wouldn't be a problem. If they can think outside the box, it wouldn't be a problem, right? But if they're being taught to the test, then it is a problem. It's got nothing to do with their competence. It's just the crutches that they have, that they've been built in, they have to now throw them away, and that becomes a big problem and adds to their learning struggles. You know, the narrow subject choice is under-emphasizing creative thinking and humanities. Contrary to what people think, this is really important for university life, right? If people can't think holistically, no matter whether they go into specialized undergrad programs or more encompassing holistic undergraduate programs, this is going to be a struggle. So this is a conversation I guess the universities have to have with the schools and the parents, that actually having subjects that are broad in terms of skills will stand their kids better as they move up the education ladder. Where a particularly O-level system is very unresponsive to context. You know, I was just saying this to somebody about 3 months ago, that in my grandparents' generations, people were actually quintilingual, right? I mean, they knew Punjabi, they knew English, they knew Urdu, they typically knew Persian, and they knew Arabic. So they had command of 5 languages, and at times even of a 6th language. The kids that come to our university, about 60% of them are actually unilingual. They struggle even in Urdu. So this is how big that disruption has been. But what it does is it kind of disembeds them from the context. And I think it's really important for the curriculum to connect kids to the context in which they're living, particularly if they're going to go into universities in Pakistan. I think that's important. And the last thing is, co-curriculars, we don't think of them as a pathway to education and learning. We think of them as a selective exercise to pad CVs, right? But when we think about recovering childhoods and play in childhoods, actually curriculars, co-curriculars, and kind of creative pathways become really important, and we need to think of them as holistically, you know, things that need to be holistically integrated back into the curriculum. Okay, isko skip kar deenge. Okay, so what we're getting is basically, this is kind of my now just completely an observation as a teacher. We get students who excel technically, but have weak critical reasoning and communication skills. And I think that's true. The narrower the subjects that they take, and particularly if they haven't taken sort of arts and humanities subjects in A-levels, this becomes a really big challenge for them. They're reluctant to think creatively and out of the box. In fact, I would say they don't have the confidence to do it at times. So all they're doing is they're searching their brain to say, where is the dump match that I have to do? That's not, I mean, with the talent that you have, these are incredibly talented young people, that you don't want them to do the matching exercise, you want them to do the thinking exercise, the challenging exercise. And that gets shut down. And they're not invested in questions or learning because they think that education is about the labor of going through teaching themselves to sit an exam. They're not like coming in thinking that these are the set of questions that I think really matter. This is what I want to learn about. This is what I'm invested in. They take subjects for very different reasons, and there's a whole social ecosystem that's at play. And all of this combines to deepen the imposter syndrome. Because, you know, you're boxed into this, you kind of constantly think you're not good enough in some sense. And I'm not talking about the outliers, the exceptions, and there are many of them around. I'm talking about particularly the average kid. And this has become very different in the past 30 years that I've been an educator in Pakistan. आगे चले जाएं. So what's kind of, just some thoughts about the education future. I think we need to completely rethink the curriculum, and we have to have a curriculum, and it has to start really at the foundation, is one that integrates critical reasoning, ethics, humanistic inquiry, embeds students in our context and tries to break stereotypes. I think we need to really think about how do you rewire childhoods through mainstreaming, creative arts and play. I think we need to think seriously about how do you leverage technology to create customized assessment paths and to create customized learning paths. So technology could be really important in dealing with this issue of diversity, right? But we have to figure out how do we deal with it. It's not about like adopting the technology. We need to really think through what is it, what's the problem we're trying to solve with the tech solution that we're chasing. And I think that thinking needs to happen in schools. And I'm a big believer of flipping the classroom, right? So my big kind of like refrain with my students for the past 4 years has been that at some point I realized I was a parrot, right? Why was I a parrot? Because I would, there's this book these students are meant to read. They don't read, they come to class. I then summarize the book and I lecture them. And then at the end of the lecture, they actually ask me for my slides, right? So what happens is when I'm actually delivering that content for the first time, they don't have questions. They're just absorbing the content. Weeks later, when the exams comes up, that's when they're going to start engaging with the content. When they engage with the content, the questions will start to pop up. And at that point, they don't have any time, structured time with me, except during office hours, to sit down and ask me questions about what they're being clarified. So if we could flip the classroom and really, but then it's not about just flipping the classroom. It's easier said than done. It's like the buzzword. But it's about giving kids the organizational skills and the commitment to actually prep for class, to come in and say, here's what we're not getting. And I tell you that the learning delta just increases massively when you can flip it. And I've seen this happen through different measures we take. And I think this is really, really important. Aakhri slide pe agar chale jaye. So I think what we need to pull together is like a community of action. Like I said, this is not a problem of teachers or schools. This is a problem of society, of the education system in which the universities are also a part. So I just wanted to begin this conversation, right? And I think that, a community of action could be built around an education pact between universities, schools, examination boards. I haven't put in the parents here, but they have to be there. But the reason I didn't is we have to have a conversation about how do you bring them in. But I think they have to be very fundamental, and the kids themselves. So, but for me, they're integral parts of school. And that's something that we at LUMS are very committed to. Ek aur press kar. We have a school of education, so I'm now making a plug. My colleagues are here. And one of the big things is that at that school, we want to basically create that space which can bring us together to really create a community of action that can show leadership as we think about education futures in Pakistan. Thank you. Okay.
So thank you so much, and I think
It's bad.
Thank you so much, Ali. And it was really enlightening. I think a lot of what you said is very eye-opening for all of us. We think about these things, but looking at the concrete data and your research and authority with which you can speak, which none of us can, brings home the fact that we really need to change what we are doing. So I think you said something very interesting about involving parents and schools and teachers, and you said something about bringing back the childhood, gadgets that we've, kind of started giving to our children. And it was very interesting when you said that on the one hand, we are overprotecting them, on the other, underprotecting them. And there's a lot of peer pressure. If you are the parent who wants to give them a childhood free of tech, then your children are outcasts. So that is a problem. Talking of children, I have to tell you something very interesting. I have nothing in common with Ali, except for the fact that he is also a father to a set of fraternal twins, as I am, a boy and a girl. And one of his, and his daughter's, mashallah, a Rhodes Scholar. So we've got some, parenting tips to take. Another interesting fact is that my colleague Simon there is also a dad of 2 fraternal twins. He is also a twin. So Cambridge, Oxford, and fraternal or identical twins have, there's no planning. It's just sheer coincidence. So this is another phenomena we must study. So Ali, I have a question. What you said was extremely pertinent, and we've had those conversations with Ali Khan and other people. If skills are so important, that why don't universities in Pakistan make them a criteria when they're selecting students?
I think, look, so first of all, there are a criteria, like when people apply to different schools at LUMS, they don't necessarily, they look at grades, but like we've started to integrate essays and stuff like that. We're also driven by challenges. So, if you look at the early MBA class at LUMS, actually the most important thing apart from grades was the interview. We could do those interviews because we were taking 35 kids. When we started taking 1,200 kids, to interview every kid in a way which is fair becomes just physically impossible. We wanted to include essays, but the big challenge is a lot of people will get those essays written by other people, right? But despite that, we have been improving our admission system. The essay does have a value now. It's not kind of a make or break. We have to set ourselves by the grading objective in order to eliminate errors in the system. But I think, if we start to mandate subjects without there being ownership amongst parents and schools, that's going to be very disruptive for the education system. So that's why I'm saying we have to come together to really pivot the system together. You can't sort of have one side acting like Hulk and punching, although I'd love to punch Thor the way the Hulk does. We have to kind of make this shift together. So that's why having this conversation, and it's not just, I think, with LUMS. I think there are a number of other quality universities in Pakistan, like Lahore School, Beacon House, Habib, I think AKU now. So we have to have this conversation between these universities and schools, and you're absolutely right, we have to pivot at a minimum about having a holistic set of subjects. I mean, what breaks my heart, my kids kind of did OA levels about 7, 8 years ago. And at that point, the notion that don't take history, take business, or take commerce, this is bad pieces of advice.
No, I absolutely agree. And when I was talking to LUMS before about what do you need to study to do an undergrad in economics, they said anything. And when you say that to students, they don't believe you. So the other thing I wanted to say was that I'm so glad we're having this conversation, because myself, Caroline, all of my teams, specifically Hira, has been looking at why in Pakistan schools are not taking subjects that we have that we think inculcate these skills. For example, global perspectives, IPQ, entrepreneurship, a lot of subjects that we have which have a project side or coursework. So I know they don't guarantee straight A's, but they will set students up for success in the rest of their lives. We will be talking about music and art, and we have a panelist here also, because in the Cambridge primary program also there's a lot of emphasis on art and music, and we're trying to support schools. in imparting those. Are there any burning questions from the audience for Ali? We can take a few.
Hi, my name is Aisham. I'm asking this question not just as a teacher, but as a healthcare worker, as a clinical psychologist. You mentioned disability and diversity in education, but how do we match that as a country still lagging behind with mental health initiatives as a whole? You pulled up stats from the US. They have special needs teachers in schools with them. The only place we're doing that right now is government schools. We don't have any regulations for mental health, so it's very hard to modulate mental health in the education system. How can we lessen the pressure when the institutions themselves put the pressure on us and our students and don't allow us that space?
So this is a great question. Look, I think, you all kind of belong to schools which are well resourced, right? So they're not sort of that it's the case. And I do know that the number of kids seeking accommodations on the basis of disabilities has increased. So what I see sort of going through, because I know a lot of people who've been through this, there's a lot of emphasis on testing. There is very little emphasis on what you do after testing, because there's no follow-up in terms of accommodations, and they're costly. I understand that. We have a similar challenge at the university. So I think, but it's about creating missions. And, we're not going to go from, it's not about staying at 0 or going to 100. It's not a binary. It's how do we start shifting that, and you will have to do some triage when you have resource constraints. But those are things that you have to set to build, and it's going to take time. So at our university, for example, because of a few tragedies, we started investing in mental health about 7, 8, 10 years ago. And I think that's been a massively good investment. It's a drop in the ocean, and we have a long way to go to build it up. But I think sort of having capable people in the university campus, we're very lucky with the team that we have, to champion that, opens up forms of thinking and forms of problem solving that will take a reality of its own. So I think, we should be committed and optimistic, but also we have to say the needle is not going to move in a day. But we have to keep pushing the needle. But to keep people in the loop of testing without giving them any pathway beyond testing, I think is a horrible world for people to be in.
Thank you so much, Ali, and thank you for the brilliant question. Anybody else? I think over there.
It was quite eye-opening, but what I felt, Mr. Ali, that whatever the research that was focused on socialization, and that was pretty good and quite convincing, that how institutions can socialize and can challenge. Yeah, am I audible? So what about, like, if I go to, like, I was listening to Mr. Peterson, and he was of the view that there are genetic reasons behind that. For example, there is data that says that females or women are more interested in people, while males are more interested in machines. So how far we are considering that genetic mutation as well when we talk about Generation Z, and we talk about the change in developing of skills, in the development of skills being more tech savvy than the older generation. Is it like only, like, we have seen things in the negative perspective more today maybe? So is there any gene mutation, or there is research we have to consider that as well? And my second question is, I pardon, if you allow me, is from your answer of the first question, that recently we have seen the budget. So the education budget is quite low, I'm afraid. So how far the giants like LUMS and this education elite has involved the establishment and the elite intelligentsia of Pakistan to convince them to invest more in education? Thank you.
Okay, let me take the first question. So my Nani was Pakistan's first woman banker. She became a woman banker because of my Nana dying. she was educated, she wanted to kind of lead life of her own. When she went in there, everybody told her that biologically, she wasn't set to go on this pathway. Banking is not for her, right? And I've heard this too many times. If you go back, you keep going back and you say, women can't do this, women can't do this. If you see the rolling out of human history, they've broken every barrier. And in fact, like my colleagues are sitting here, and we've been having these discussions, that the bigger challenge is that when you have women take up these roles, you don't relieve them from the other roles that they're doing. So actually the burden, in fact, increases. So I don't think basically this is an issue, this is not a biological issue, this is an issue of socialization and gender roles. And we have to basically realize that we have to reconfigure families, and it's simply about people realizing their potential, right? What we're doing is we're just killing potential. And if I think about it in a development sense, and if I look at the quality adjusted grade scores in Pakistan, women do just much better than boys. If I was like a central planner, I'd reallocate jobs to a lot of women, and Pakistan could actually do better. So, I mean, I don't sort of buy into that. So, the budget. I mean, the budget has hit like the education sector hard. It's hit us hard. Everybody is articulating a change. I think, it's definitely a budget that falls short of the stated ambition of moving the needle on education. But I think in terms of the community of action that we're talking about, it is important to be not only pushing the needle on the government, creating, in your cases, and enabling, in our case, an enabling space for not-for-profits and profits schools to play a role, but also to then specifically think about what the role of the government in the education space could be. So for example, one big role that I see is for the government to create scholarship schemes to give kids access to good quality institutions. That's something that in Punjab was started under PEF, the Punjab Education Foundation. Can we scale that up? I think the PEF impacts were quite good. But that said, I myself am a product of the government education system. I did most of my education at Government College, Lahore. That it's really important for public sector education systems to be resourced and to be enabled in a way where they can recover their former glory. People don't realize this. South Asia has produced, I think, 12 Nobel laureates. 5 of them belong to the city of Lahore. The irony is all 5 were educated in Lahore pre-partition. So the endowment that this city inherited in terms of education resources was immense. Today, the institutions where these people went are not institutions of choice for the upper middle class and the middle class. And that just tells us that we've actually, in some sense, let a very important endowment, we've just eaten into a very important endowment. So the government has to recover it. And I think that's a big thing that we have to push vis-a-vis government.
Thank you so much, Ali. I don't think we'll have time for more questions, but if you have any, hopefully you'll stay around for tea. Yeah. So, yeah. But I think Ali has picked up some very important themes and about there's been issues in lumps, but I also know there's ongoing research on anxiety in medical students. The kind of pressure we put on them to get into medical, and then by the time they survive. I've also seen some children closely who were high achievers, still grade 8 and even at O-levels, but then they go through burnout. So I think this whole emphasis on well-being, on mental health, on agility is very, very important, not just in their schools and being successful in getting into university, but also in life. Life is not easy. And I think the other thing I'd like to say, which Ali touched on, was about raising them in a bubble. We don't realize the cost of inequality. We don't realize that life exists beyond Cambridge schools and defense and Gulbarg and all of that. So that's the real world, which is 95% of the world that they'll be living in. So I think it's very important to integrate them into community, and Ellie, we'll take up your offer on building a community of influence, and we'll work out how to bring it together. We'd just like to present a token of thanks to you, for which I'd like to invite Elizabeth and Caroline.
Test, test. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Tabinda Mazhar, and I work with Cambridge as the head of education. I'm very pleased to invite and tell you about our next keynote speaker, Dr. Simon Child. Uzma has already shared this interesting fact of the twin about him, which I had written, but now I have to think of another interesting thing about Simon to share with you. But before I do that, I'll tell you about the speciality or the expertise that he has academically and educationally. Right now, Dr. Simon Child is working as the head of assessment training at Cambridge. As you all know, a very, very important domain for all of us. He is also co-director for the postgraduate educational advanced educational certificate in educational assessment at the university, and his expertise and PhD is in educational assessment and psychology. Another interesting thing that when we were talking to Simon, was his keen interest in cricket, Pakistani cricket as well as the Britain cricket. His twin brother, Adam, has played under 19 in Pakistan and has been here many times. So in Simon's keynote, you will spot something about cricket in somewhere, in a problem. So let's see how many of you can guess that. So a warm welcome to Dr. Simon Child for his keynote speech.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you to Binda, Uzma, and everyone for that really warm welcome. One of the things about arriving in a place like Pakistan is that with so many cricket lovers around, I feel like I'm amongst friends almost immediately, because all I need to do is just start talking about cricket and we've already made a bond between us. So it's great to be amongst friends this morning. So what I want to talk to you about is essentially 4 main key points that are going to be part of this keynote. And it will be an interactive session. So one thing before we get going is that you may have seen on your tables a sheet with information to get onto menti.com, a website which will give you an opportunity to interact throughout the session. And there's a QR code as well, so feel free to use that to join the session, and I'll prompt you at various points for you to get involved. So feel free to use your phones or laptops to get involved in the session. Really, there are going to be 4 main things that I want to make the argument for this morning. So the first one is really to do with this idea of assessment literacy. So you as practitioners have knowledge and skills in assessment, and that those skills in relation to assessment for learning are key to what we would say is responsive teaching. To be a good teacher, you need to be a good assessor. Someone that's skilled in collecting evidence and understanding your students so you can help them move to the next stage of their learning. But coupled to this is the idea of your own assessment understanding and the beliefs that you have about assessment, how it works, how it functions, and the usefulness that it has in your particular context. Actually underpins all of you as individuals, underpins the overall culture within your school. So in relation to the theme of the conference, getting the balance right, one of the things that you have, and I'm hoping this session is going to empower you to do this, is to think about your own beliefs in terms of assessment and how it works, and how that actually interacts with your overall school environment, and what you can bring in terms of enacting positive change within your schools. And related to this is an effective assessment culture, having several characteristics, and we'll go through that in the Keynote workshop as well. And in relation to the title of the presentation, there are a number of different indicators of when you're assessing too much, too little, or too early. So we'll go through a few of those symptoms, if you like, that could exist within your schools, and give you some ideas as to how to navigate those within your context. So hopefully it'll be a really useful session for you. So this is the first interactive activity, and I wanted to get your thoughts about this question. There was some research done by Myhill and Duncan in 2005, and they were looking for students or classroom environments for 8 and 11-year-olds. And they were looking deeply at the kind of teacher interactions with the students. So I wanted to ask you a question. What percentage of statements uttered by teachers in classrooms, this is in a primary school environment, were a form of question? So you can see already that some people are starting to put their percentages. I've given you increments of 10 just to make it a bit more straightforward to make your point. So as you can see here, you're all having a guess at this particular response. So we've got a few people towards the bottom. It's a bit of an even spread so far. So I'll just give you a few more moments to answer that question. So it's looking like that we're sort of around 50% above. There's quite a few people selecting that particular choice, but overall it's quite an even spread, which is interesting. The research in this particular case, just give you a few more moments, it will keep popping up through. Just one more second, and we'll click through. It was actually 40%. 40% of the utterances in the sort of standard interactions with students, the kind of informal discussions, were a form of question. And they were either factual questions, such as 2 + 2 = what? The sorts of exploratory questions, asking students about why did you think that particular view about a poem, or those sorts of things. There were process questions, asking about students or learners having to reveal their understanding about how they actually arrived at a particular response. And then there's the kind of organizational questions, things like, where's your textbook? So within that non-formal environment, a 40% of things said by teachers were a form of question. And really this is the key point here, that assessment, if we have a broad definition of it, the asking of questions, the collation of the evidence, and the interpretation of that evidence, is teaching. It's a fundamental part of that process. You're doing it all the time in the classroom. So in this sense, assessment for learning is actually, it's an action, it's a process. We need to ensure that all the students are getting what they need, and the kinds of interactions that you have in your classroom is always looking to get to that, your understanding of your students, to move them forward. And this final point at the bottom, good teaching is more the giving of right questions than the giving of right answers. You're constantly asking things of your pupils, your learners. In terms of what a responsive teacher looks like, and I've used the term responsive teaching, Dylan William, one of the leading academics on formative assessment for learning, actually said that assessment for learning as a term has a branding problem. That actually it should be called responsive teaching, because that's what you're doing. You're constantly responding to what your learners are telling you through formal or non-formal assessment. So a responsive teacher sets objectives for learning. They're defining what success looks like through the development of success criteria. And the success criteria is connected to a particular set of learning intentions. You go into the classroom as a teacher with a set number of things you want the students to come away with at the end of the lesson. You're aware of where learners are, and you understand that missteps and miscommunications, as revealed through assessment for learning, is actually a natural part of the process. So you're not judging students immediately on the basis of the assessments that they've done, but you're collecting information, making particular inferences about the students, about the learners, and being able to to adjust your teaching. They call it the moment of contingency. What are you going to do in response to the information that you've received? And that's related to the final point. You're adapting your teaching constantly based on that information. That's responsive teaching, as Fletcher Wood in 2018 described it. So the reflective question, I won't ask you to say anything to each other at this point, but just something to hold in your own minds as we're going through this keynote is, are your questioning assessment practices helping in these four areas? Just something to think about and to take away after the session. So within your classroom, and we'll talk about the assessment culture in classrooms in a bit more detail later on, one of the things we need to think about is the culture within your school as well. So teacher beliefs are actually a really important part of the overall school culture. And this can come from a number of different sources: historical, cultural, societal. But actually, I think underpinning this in total is the idea of we've all got our own relationship with assessment. We've all been assessed ourselves. We have our own view about what good assessment looks like, our own experiences with feedback, etc. So over time, we develop our own beliefs about where assessment is most appropriate, where it should be done, and the form that it should take. It's also informed by your own classroom experience. So if you're a fresh teacher straight out of schooling and you've gone into a classroom environment, you're looking for information from the people around you to give you guidance, your mentors or fellow teachers, about how assessment actually functions in the classroom, and that builds up your beliefs as well. In some circumstances, higher school level policies may conflict with your own beliefs, and that's always an interesting debate to be had within schools. And this is a key point from Reed Dickens in 2004, that sometimes, I'm sure you may feel this, is that it can be torn, or you can be torn between your role as a facilitator, so using assessment in a non-formal way, to improve learning, against what was called a kind of Clark-based approach, where you're just putting in data from more formalized assessments for some kind of data system or some kind of tracking or accountability measures. And that's a real clash in cultures. So to implement change in your assessment culture within your school, Harrison in 2017 argued that really you need to have a deeper understanding of your own beliefs in relation to assessment and see how that compares to other people in your environment, in your school. Oh, just move on. So within your assessment identity, there's a few elements to this that Looney talked about in 2019, 5 key components. So the first thing is what you know about assessment, your kind of technical expertise, your understanding of the language of assessment, things like validity, reliability, fairness and standards and so on. Again, this has probably been gathered over time in your careers through your experiences with assessment. You have a good feel of what a good assessment looks like. This interacts with your role within your school. So if you're a senior leader that's responsible for the overall assessment policy, you've developed a different set of experiences compared to a standard classroom teacher. But the third one in terms of your assessment identity is really important: confidence. If you could have all the knowledge in the world, but if you don't actually, if you're not confident to enact that in the classroom for whatever reason, then it's almost like a tree falling in the woods and no one's there to hear it. It's sort of held within yourself. We've linked to the idea of beliefs as well, so we've already touched upon that. But fundamentally, it's about feelings. Do you feel that you have the skill set to be able to enact assessment for learning practices in your particular context? All these things together culminate in your assessment identity. Just waiting for the next slide. There we go. So with this in mind, I want to explore your own beliefs. So on your tables, we've got yes and no cards. So I just want you to pick up those cards ready for this activity. So I've set up three phrases, 3 beliefs, and I want to just get your immediate view about each one. With a I agree. If you agree with the belief, say yes. If you don't, say no. So the first one is formal classroom assessments, so things like a sit-down class examination, are generally the most useful kinds of assessment for teachers. So if you agree with that, give me a yes. If you don't agree with that, give me a no. Okay. So it's mostly no's with a few yeses. So already we're seeing a potential clash of beliefs about this particular point. So within your institution, within your school, you may be thinking, okay, which teachers hold this belief and which ones don't? And what does that actually mean in terms of how assessment functions within your school? Okay, second belief, teachers need to grade assessments to motivate students. If you agree with that, give me yes. If you disagree with that, give me no. Okay, so there seem to be more people in agreement overall, and certainly more in agreement compared to the last belief. So this gets to the idea of attribution, how to externally or extrinsically motivate students who perhaps aren't motivated to perform. And this comes from a belief generally that from teachers that to get the highest performance out of students, you need to have some kind of carrot, some kind of competition perhaps between students. And the third belief before we move on, classroom assessments need to be similar in style to summative tests to be effective. Let's just see your... Okay, so that's mostly no's, but a few yeses in there as well. I won't comment too much on that, but again, it's just the broader point of there are differences in the room. So it may be worthwhile thinking about these sorts of beliefs when coming up with your assessment practices in your schools. So the key takeaways from this part of the presentation are that questioning and assessments, hopefully through the initial question task, are a key part of responsive teaching. So that's a key takeaway. And it's really fundamentally about knowing your students, getting information that otherwise you wouldn't be able to receive from them. Responsive teachers utilize assessment to understand where students are in their learning and where they need to be. And schools have their own assessment cultures. So it's just an appeal to you really after this session to try and explore that with your fellow teachers and see where the culture lies in your schools. Let's click through. There we go. So this leads me to the next question about classroom culture. So this is your next task for you to use on your phones. So on your phones you should see what does a good assessment culture in a classroom look like. So you've got about 200 characters to type in. So I'll just give you a few moments to write what do you think a good classroom culture looks like. And you may want to think about this from the perspective of yourself as a teacher, or from the perspective of a student. So just a few thoughts, and the responses that you write will anonymously be posted on the screen here. Engaging and gives good feedback. Okay, I'll just step to the side here. Low stakes, ongoing assessments to gauge and encourage learning. Reflective, interactive, great. Differentiation, yes, that's an interesting one. The idea of somehow being able to distinguish between the higher performing and the lower performing students is a really key part of, particularly of summative assessment. Multiple modes of assessment, yep, so this is the idea of making sure that we're giving as many opportunities and accessible opportunities to students as possible. Assessment as learning, yep. Comfortable and engaging. Yeah, so a few things coming through there. So feel free to add to those points as you're, as we're going through the presentation. So we've already got 49 responses, that's great. Thank you. Some further thoughts in relation to this, in terms of a good classroom assessment culture, is this idea of having feedback that what we call causes thinking. And what we mean by that is that it's trying to remove the emotional reaction that students may have in relation to their assessment, their grade, and focusing very much on the students being prompted to think ahead as, okay, I have X, Y, and Z misconception, what can I do to resolve that misconception? And this goes to the idea of making students empowered in terms of understanding where they need to go next themselves. And actually related to this is, can we make learners anticipate feedback, almost in a sense that they're looking forward to receiving it? And this may not happen initially, but as you, over time, if students are looking forward and asking for feedback in relation to an assessment, you know you're in a good space there. A key element of a good classroom assessment culture is actually you as a teacher having time to make the improvements that you've identified. So you may have seen that there's a particular element of converting fractions that a student or a set of students hasn't really picked up. But if you don't have time to actually have some residual or some instructive teaching on the basis of that information, then the teaching can't be responsive in the way that you'd want it to be. Another element would be that learners recognize their own progress towards their goals. And an element of this is the idea of their understanding of the success criteria. Do they know what good performance looks like in that particular context? And an overall focus taken together on what we call consequential validity. So this is the sense of, are there any positive changes happening in your classroom on the basis of the assessment itself? Because if you're taking a kind of Clark-based approach where you're just putting data into your workbooks or onto a spreadsheet, but nothing is actually happening in the classroom, it's unlikely that consequential validity is very high. And the idea in terms of feedback and students developing that sense of where they need to go next goes into this idea of growth mindset. It's probably something that you've heard of before. But one of the key quotations from Carol Dweck's book is the idea of the primary goal for learners, for students, is for them to expand their knowledge and their ways of thinking and investigating the world. They don't see grades as an end, but as a means to continually grow. And there's been a lot of research out there recently about the use of what we call comment-only marking. So not actually giving a grade to students, but getting them to focus much more on the feedback that you've written up for them, because the grade isn't in the way for them to be preoccupied by. Sorry. There we go. And one of the key elements of feedback in general to create this growth mindset is the overall idea that feedback itself is actually quite difficult to get right. So if we look at the response types here on the left-hand side, and it may be useful at this point to think about feedback that you've received, either in assessments over your lifespan or perhaps in your work life. So there are fundamentally 4 different responses to feedback that you may have. You could either change your behavior, you could change the goal that you initially had in relation to the assessment, you could abandon the goal, or you could just reject the feedback and say, oh, you know, it wasn't useful to me, I'll just ignore it completely. So hopefully in thinking about good and bad experiences of feedback that you may have had yourself, it's one of the key points from this slide is actually it's difficult to get right in the sense that only 2 of the 8 different responses from students are actually useful in a teaching environment, and that's to increase aspiration or to increase effort. So it just gives an indication of all other things being equal that really we're looking to get people to either change the goal that they have or to increase the effort that they produce on the basis of feedback. So a preoccupation on grades has been argued to get people to either exert less effort or decide certain goals are too hard, and that's obviously not what we want as educators. So in terms of the classroom assessment culture, what are the indicators that perhaps you're assessing too much or that your assessments themselves have the wrong purpose? And there's 4 key main indicators, but you may also be able to think of some others. So the first one is related to what I mentioned before, is that you don't actually have time to analyze the performance of the students, of your learners, or to provide feedback, because you're just overwhelmed by doing other things. So before you create any kind of particularly formalized assessment, making sure that you build in that opportunity is a really key component of it. If learners are preoccupied by the next assessment, so if they're asking you in the classroom, when are we going to be tested on this, and those sorts of questions, if learners are coming up to you and asking those sorts of things, it's probably an indication that there's something going on in terms of the classroom culture. And similarly, learners expressing anxiety. So if we have created the sense of a growth mindset, it reduces the the anxiety that students may have about their assessments, because they know, they understand that the purpose of a particular classroom test and so on is to help them in their own learning. It feels low stakes, and in the previous keynote, this idea of managing that within the classroom can actually help anxiety and all the startling data that we saw in the previous presentation. And learners, again, expressing performance motivation. So if they're coming up to you and saying, what do I need to do to get an A or to get 100%, those sorts of things. Again, that's leading to the idea of a performance mindset rather than a growth mindset. Now, they're not completely distinct from each other, but if students are coming up to you and asking, what do I need to do better, as a general phrase, that's indicative of a more growth-based mindset. And Dylan William mentioned this point here. Once an emotional reaction occurs to any feedback, learning will certainly stop. And I'm sure you have that experience as well when you've received either a good or a negative result in an assessment at some point. You're not really looking at the feedback from that point on, because you're just trying to manage your own emotional reaction. And to give a quick overview or a worked example of this, I want you to meet Wazim. It may be Wazim Akram, but when he was a small boy. So at age 4 years, we've created an assessment for Wazim. It's a play-based observation, and this is before he starts a period of schooling. So it's a pretend play observation. You have a standardized early language test, and there's also, as part of this assessment, there's a number of different components. You have a discussion with a teacher, with a parent present. So that in of itself, you may think is a reasonable assessment. It could have content validity. It's got pretend play, which is a really important part of child development, and my PhD was based on symbolic understanding in young children who are around 4 years old. So this, you may think on the face of it, has a good sense of validity. But actually, in terms of the classroom environment and the context, there are a number of contextual factors which may affect the overall usefulness or validity of this particular assessment. So the first one is the purpose of the assessment itself. For example, if it's a baseline assessment, so if it's a school or a teacher trying to understand where the skill set or the understanding of this 4-year-old is, then it probably maintains its validity. But if it's used for some kind of selection purpose, then that creates a whole host of factors that would, because it's high stakes, may affect the overall validity of the assessment. So it opens up to things like student anxiety or learner anxiety, parent anxiety, and so on, which may have an influence on performance. Similarly to this is the assessment location. So if you were to drop a 4-year-old into a school that they've never been to before, or a classroom, and then suddenly they were given these assessments, it's unlikely that they would perform perhaps as well as they might do. Compare this to if they were being assessed in their home environment, where they're using toys maybe that they're familiar with and so on. So that may have an influence on the overall validity. But there's also some other things about Wazim's background that could be influential as well. And as a twin myself and the father of 2 twins, who are both boys, this one really hits home to me. So Wazim is a boy. So generally speaking, things like language and symbolic development in boys is slower than in girls. So if there is a selection element to this particular assessment, that puts them automatically at a disadvantage. He has a twin brother. So in this particular case, it's a particular issue of twins in terms of their development is generally slower as well. So they've got 2 disadvantages there. And he's young in his school year. So my boys are born in July. So when they go into their school system, they'll be particularly young. So they've almost got automatically 3 disadvantages that would affect their overall performance on this particular assessment. So the overarching point here is the idea of, it's not just the qualities of the assessment itself in terms of content validity and other things that you're interested in. It's also how the assessment is due to be used, but also some of the contextual factors as well. So moving on from classroom culture, I want to get you to respond on the Mentimeter now in relation to this question. What does a good assessment culture in a school look like? So I'll just give you a few moments to make your points. safe. Okay. Fair and transparent. Yeah, that's great. So some really interesting points coming through. So formative assessment and summative assessment, frequent check-ins with students and their teachers, constructive feedback system for both teachers and learners. Yep, really good points. So the idea of safe and less threatening. I wouldn't want to ask the person in the room who made those comments, but it maybe gets to the idea of the sense of accountability. So will teachers be judged on the basis of the performance of their own students, and what does that actually do in terms of the overall environment? Is it possible to just scroll down on the just so we can see some more points? Just wondering if anyone. Is it possible to just scroll down a little bit so we can see some more of the points? They should be on the. Should be possible. There we go. Thank you. So yes, supportive, clear, and fair. So in terms of fairness, part of that is the idea of transparency. Do the students know why they're being assessed in any one moment? Again, is it for performative reasons or is it for learning reasons? If the students understand that, then that has positive knock-on effects in terms of safety, well-being, anxiety, and so on. Bringing the students into the process as well, that's a really important part. And one that instills a motivation to learn rather than a fear of judgment and assessment. So that doesn't just apply for the individual students themselves, but also for the teachers. And that relates perhaps to the safety point as well. Yes, thank you very much. Some further thoughts in relation to this point. So within a school culture, there should be a discussion of the trade-offs and limitations of any one assessment and its data. So even with standardized, formalized assessments, the things that Cambridge offer, if you have a particular purpose to convert a summative assessment and use it for a formative purpose, there should be some discussion about how useful the data that you're developing or creating from that assessment and how useful it is for your formative reasons. Can it actually, for example, give you indication of where students' misconceptions may lie? Another positive part of an assessment culture is this idea of it's a negotiated and agreed upon assessment framework. And this could be something at the school policy level, an understanding of when formalized assessments are taking place, and perhaps a standardization or an understanding of why particular assessments have been standardized. A point very close to my heart as someone that's involved in the professional development of assessment expertise is, are those opportunities available to teachers? Now, Cambridge has a whole host of opportunities, from becoming an assessor yourself or particular professional development training opportunities. Also the things that we offer at the Cambridge Assessment Network. One of the things around that is the idea of understanding what those trade-offs are in terms of the decisions you're making, the practical decisions you're making. So for example, you may have half an hour or 40 minutes to assess a particular child. In terms of how you sample the curriculum over a period of time, you have to make those decisions, and understanding the trade-offs that you're making is a really key part of that. Another element of a supportive assessment culture within a school is relatively low anxiety expressed from the teachers around assessment. This is a point that AD raised in 2021. Similar to the discussions that we had within the classroom environment, if teachers are coming up to senior leaders and saying, I'm concerned about how I'll be judged on this because of X, Y, and Z factors, or they're talking about mitigating circumstances and so on, that suggests that there's a kind of us and them attitude within the school culture, and we want to try and remove that where possible. And having a particular set of values as well about the role that assessment has within the school as well. So Matthew Carroll and Vicky Merrick, based at Cambridge, run a course that's called Using Data to Empower Practice, and it's a school-focused professional development training opportunity. I've taken this slide from their slide deck, And here are some indicators of an unhealthy assessment culture within your school. So as I'm going through this list, you may recognize some of these symptoms, or you may be reassured in the sense that you're not observing these within your particular environment. So the first one is that, similar to the point on the previous slide, is that teachers may feel anxious about discussing class or personal performance, perhaps with other teachers or with senior leaders, or you've observed malpractice. If you see either of these two things in your school context, it's probably an indication of some kind of disproportionately high stakes accountability within your school. So that's something to think about from that point. If you see that teachers or other staff don't actually engage with the data that's been produced, if, for example, they're not drilling down into the detail of the assessment results, or that there are pressures to input assessment data in relation to your assessment systems, but there's no understanding expressed by the teachers in how that data is to be used or what the purpose of that data is. This would suggest that there's some kind of professional development opportunity that needs to be taken in terms of helping teachers understand where the data is coming from and what the purposes for it are. A third issue is that students and teachers may not engage with the targets that are being set as a result of the assessment culture within the school. And a diagnosis for this would be that there's a lack of training or support to understand things like maybe the statistical methods or the approach that's been taken to the target setting itself. So that's something to think about as well. And you may get things like parental complaints or other complaints regarding student data and how it's been shared and for example, how it's been used to set targets. That's possibly something to do with the transparency and the information that's being given to parents. In the focus group that I was at yesterday with some teachers who were also parents, we talked about this idea of parental and other assessment literacy. So when the learner goes back home with their reports and so on, do the parents understand what this actually means for their students? Is there something that could be done within the school to support them in that understanding? So with all these issues and challenges in relation to the school assessment culture and making sure that we're doing assessment and getting the balance right, I wanted to break it down into 5 key takeaway points that perhaps you could use in the future in your contexts. So the first one is to have a very strong purpose-focused approach to assessment and data collection. So for any, particularly a formalized assessment, but even to a certain extent to classroom, more informal tests and quizzes and so on, have these 2 questions in mind. What do I want to know about my students? And why am I doing this now? So in a classroom environment, it may be due to you've gone through a particular period of teaching and you want them to understand, or you want to have an understanding of the security of the knowledge that you've just taught them. Whereas in a summative context, it may be more for comparison of students over time. The next thing is to define the success criteria for your learners. And this may be, you may have your own success criteria that you are able to discuss with fellow teachers, but in some ways you may want to actually convert that success criteria in learner-friendly language, so the students themselves understand what it is that you're expecting from them by the end of a period of learning. And that always gives them a focus to know where their progress is in relation to those criteria. It also gives a framework for forming the assessment itself. And we'll discuss this a little bit more in the breakout session for those of you who are coming to join me later on this afternoon. The third one is something that we've touched on a little bit already, but making space for feedback and for further instruction. That idea of if an assessment isn't actually changing anything in how you're interacting with the students, then it's probably got a low consequential validity. So that's a key term to take away from this keynote. The fourth one is enabling metacognition in students. And I think this will be an outcome of some of the other things that we've talked about in terms of comment-only feedback and so on, is that students will, over a period of time, if you're able to implement these strategies, will be able to have a deeper understanding of where they are in their learning, and think about their progress in relation to their learning, but also use their understanding as cognitive resources for one another, so they can discuss with each other how to make progress, how to mark each other's work and understand, gain understanding through understanding of other people's work. And the final one, I think, is the key point, is this sense of being able to trust the connection between formative assessment and summative outcomes. And this is really the focus of the breakout session later on. So Leong and Trang talked about this idea of, in theory, you shouldn't have to have too many summative assessments to check progress. Really, what you're looking up until the final assessment at the end of a curriculum period or a course of learning, all the assessments that you should build up to that point should work up to the summative assessment. So you want to check progress, but you should trust the connection between what you're learning about the students formatively and the interaction that you have subsequently with your students as a result. So those are the 5 key takeaways that hopefully you'll be able to implement in your classrooms. So just a final thing before we finish up. So I work for the Assessment Network, which is involved in the professional development of assessment-related expertise, touching on many of the things that we've looked at in this particular session. So just an opportunity here for you, if you want to get involved and join the network and discuss these sorts of issues with fellow teachers, there's a number of different ways that you can do that. So there's various weekly roundups and news and so on, but also a community of practice to join there as well. So I would encourage you to do that if you have the time and the resource to do so. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you very much. Hopefully you found it useful, and time for questions. Thank you. Hi. Yep.
Thank you so much, Dr. Simon. We're just running behind the schedule and we'll be taking the questions in the last session. So in case any of the audience has some burning questions, we will be taking your questions. You can write them down on a notepad in front of you and you can hand them over to our team members in the hall. And we'll be answering these questions in the last session, which is Ask Cambridge.
Thank you, Anoop. At this point, I'd also like to highlight that the conference is being live streamed. And we've currently had 1,500 viewers, and there are 264 people watching us online. So thank you to everyone who's joined us virtually. I'd also like to take this moment to thank all the delegates who've joined us from different cities. We have delegates from Karachi, Islamabad, Peshawar, Dhaarki, Rahim Yar Khan, Multan, Burewala, Faisalabad, Gujranwala, Jhelum, Sialkot, Sahiwal, and Rawalpindi. We really appreciate you joining us here today. Thank you so much.
In Japan, teachers are known as senzi, which means one who has gone before. This term reflects the deep respect and honor given to educators in Japanese culture. Similarly, here in Pakistan, we hold our teachers in the highest regard, recognizing their crucial role in shaping our children's future.
So the Cambridge Dedicated Teacher Award is a global competition that celebrates the achievements of teachers around the world. Now in its 6th year, the competition highlights the important role that teachers play in shaping the lives of their learners and preparing them for the world. It gives students, parents, peers the chance to nominate a current primary or secondary teacher for outstanding commitment to their student education. 2024 saw a record number of nominations from people wanting to thank a teacher. Cambridge received 14,840 nominations across 141 different countries, topping the previous record by over 1,000 nominations.
Ms. Saida Salim has been named the regional winner for Pakistan for her exceptional pastoral care and her gift of training other teachers. Ms. Saida has trained over 500 teachers across her 40-year career, demonstrating her true passion for education. The judges applauded Ms. Saida's dedication to co-curricular activities aimed at strengthening her students' public speaking and language skills. Ms. Saida was also praised for giving her students the best tools to take into the world and continuing to support them even as they moved on to the next stage of their learning journey beyond her classroom. Please join us in celebrating Ms. Saida. From the School of International Studies and Sciences and Arts, Lahore, She's a Cambridge Regional Dedicated Teacher 2024 from Pakistan who has truly gone above and beyond in her role.
Thank you. We'd like to invite Dr. Ali Chima.
Dr. Ali Chima, we'd like to have you on stage.
Thank you. Elizabeth Cater and Uzma Yusuf to present the award. Let's give a warm round of applause to Saida Salim and invite her to the stage to receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. Ms. Saida, we're proud to honor you today. Your contributions are an inspiration to all of us, and we thank you for your exceptional service and dedication to education.
Once again, congratulations, Ms. Saida.
Okay, let's start off with a little fun fact for all of you. Did you know that teachers rank amongst the top professions most likely to drink coffee? It's often joked that coffee is the lifeblood that keeps us going through those long school hours. May I please request a raise of hands for all of you who can't start off their day without a cup of tea or coffee.
It's almost everyone,
It's almost
including
everyone.
ourselves, yes.
So a little difficult question. So how many of you prefer tea over coffee? I think, yeah, tea wins, I guess. So it is time to grab a cup of coffee. After all, it's a teacher's best friend and the secret to our superpowers. Please enjoy your break, everyone. We have 20 minutes. Please ensure that you're
11:20.
back and seated by 11:20 so that we can resume at the conference. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your break. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Excuse me, can I have everyone's attention, please? I'd request if you all could be seated. We'd be resuming the conference in 5 minutes. Thank you. And you can also bring your cups to the table as well.
May I request everyone to please be seated? We're about to commence, with the rest of the program. I would also like to request my team members to please make sure that everyone is seated. May I request everyone to please be seated? We're about to begin the next session. Thank you so much, everyone. So I hope everyone had a good caffeine break. And so now we're going to move on to our next session. So in current educational sphere, finding the true essence of education is more crucial than ever. Next up, I would like to invite Elizabeth Cater for a short interactive session with you all to find out what really matters in education. Elizabeth?
Assalamu alaikum. That's where my Urdu ends. Okay, I'm sorry. Right. So, what an honor to be here in Lahore. An absolute honor, and it's an honor to be here among all of you wonderful people. Absolutely amazing to hear some of your stories, amazing to absolutely see some of your amazing jewelry. Thank you very much. Look after it. And amazing to see the beautiful colors, smiles, and passion that is coming through all of the time from the conversations I'm having with you. So, I'm in marketing. I'm not personally an educator, but I came 10 years ago into the education space because I needed to work in a space that makes my heart come alive every day. And so even though I personally, I'm not teaching or running a school, every day I feel that I can fulfill a mission of helping understand some key points about education through the work of myself and my team. One of the things that we do is to speak to educators every day and to understand what they think about what's happening in education. So for me, being here among you feels like I'm fulfilling my purpose. I'm here to listen. I'm not here to talk very much, so you won't have to listen to me for very long. But I'm here to listen to you and to gather more insight that I can take back to Cambridge. So thank you for any questions later as well. Our topic today is an important one. It's about what matters in education, and we've already heard a lot of things from people who've spoken before me. And we've heard a lot of really important things. One of the things that my team does every year, and last year when we asked educators around the world what matters in education, they gave us their thoughts. So we have the responses from over 1,000 people around the world. And we're just going to do a little exercise together, just to, after the break, to get your head in the game with me. And you've all seen your cards already. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk you through some of the results of what educators around the world have said. And your job is to hold up your cards with the green if you think that the number that is coming later is going to be higher, or if you think it's going to be lower, hold up your red cards, your red side, so we can see whether we feel in line with what these global group have said. Okay. So we asked people around the world, and these were school leaders and teachers, to tell us what they think is the top priority of education. And these are some of the things that they said. Not everything, but these are the top 2, 4, 6 items that they said, saying whether it's student grades are most important in education. We've heard something about that today. Whether it's preparing students for the future, their future career. Whether it's really exploring the learning opportunities for the child at that time, or the personal growth, making progress on their own personal journey. Whether it's preparing for the next step in education, or preparing to study internationally. So these were the items, the comments that the educators gave us, and we're going to say whether we believe it's higher or lower, the next thing on the line. So, if we begin, only 7% of people in this global study said that the grades are really the purpose of education. It's not surprising after we hear this morning from the keynote speakers about what really matters in education. Even though we know that grades serve a purpose or marks serve a purpose, it's not the core purpose of education. And so, what about preparing students for the next step in their career? Is it going to be a higher number, or is it going to be a lower number? What are your thoughts? Higher? Higher? Mainly people are saying higher, a few no's. So a few people saying lower, mostly higher. Wow. Just 3% of people think the top priority of education is to prepare students for the next step in their career. Now this one might be slightly easier. The next one, do we think it's the student's learning opportunity is what matters in education? Or do we think it's lower than 3%? Yep. Almost everything we've got to know there. We've got a lower, but most people are saying it's higher. And indeed, a quarter of people believe that the top priority of education is the learning opportunity for the student. Can you guys hear me okay? Can you hear? Yeah, okay, I can hear echoing around myself. So the next thing, what about the personal growth of the student? Is this higher or lower? Mainly higher, couple of no's, a few no's. Wow, right? So the biggest one so far is that it's all about the student's personal growth journey. And then what about the next step in education? Is the purpose of today's education for tomorrow's education? Is it higher or lower than 43, do we think? A real mix here. Probably no's are winning here. Lower is winning. And in fact, it's 11% of people's top priority. And then the final one, is education all about going out of Pakistan and studying? No, 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 no. Just 2% of people said that the most important thing is education is to get out of the country and go and study somewhere else. Okay, that wasn't probably in Pakistan. Right, so that was just to share with you some reflections on what other people in other places are thinking. And then the next thing we're going to do is actually have our panel discussion, which is the big bit of my intervention here. I have the absolute honor to chair a group of amazing people. I don't know you well enough, but you guys appear to know one another, all Lahore-based. I'm just wondering if my next step in education is to become Lahore-based. It's a question, right? Yeah. So if anyone's got a new job offer, come and talk to me quietly in a corner somewhere later on, because I'm loving Lahore so far. It's my first time. So we're going to move on to talking, introducing our panel. We have our chairs already ready.
Yeah, sure. You can be seated as well because you've been moderating it. Thank you, Elizabeth. Next up is our panel discussion. So our diverse panel includes experts from higher education, curriculum designers, implementers, as well as a school principal. They will delve into key aspects of shaping the future of learning and teaching, as well as share the invaluable insights on what truly holds value in education today. To begin with the discussion, we would like to invite on stage Ms. Amna Kamran, Ms. Aisha Kasuri, Ma'am Naveed Shehzad, Mr. Rakej Jamil, and Ms. Uzma Yusuf. The session will be moderated by Elizabeth. Thank you.
Hello again. So I'm going to give you a brief bio of our panelists. And I'm going to start with Amina while everyone joins. Come and sit down, Uzma. So Amina, hello again, is a high achiever in the field of education. I'm honored to be here on the same stage as you guys. And you're the first female head of the senior school of Aitchison College here in Lahore. And you all know Aitchison is the most prestigious all-boys school here in Lahore, with a legacy of over 130 years. It's known for creating leaders in all walks of life, from business to politics, encompassing education and also research. Another big achievement from Amina is that you were the first woman to lead all three of the schools within Aitchison College. So junior, prep, and senior school. And that's led to your unbeatable record in being the first female to be appointed as acting head of school, acting principal. So congratulations. And your journey started with being a maths teacher at junior level, going through into the prep level. You've authored maths books to support learners on their own maths journey. And you've converted your academic skill set with a sound foundation of masters, double masters in economics and education planning and management. So well done on your own education. And your experience grew from maths teacher to become head of department in economics and business studies at the senior school level, and you've been in Aitchison College over 18 years. So you're a superstar leader and a superstar lady. So thank you very much for joining us. Talking to our next panelist, Aisha Kasuri. And you're also a career educationalist, and you've got a demonstrated history in experiential education, in research, management, coaching, leadership, and team building. and you've been performing this both in the US and in Pakistan. You've played a key role in developing TNS Beacon House Newlands, Leo's Workshop in Pakistan, and also the Reggio Treehouse brand in the US. Your expertise has really focused on looking at alternate education models such as PBL, Montessori, and Reggio Emilia. And you believe that the critical part of learning is through play. You're a trained IB professional across the whole spectrum of the IB programs, and you serve on the board of governors for TNS Beacon House, and you've been a member of the Chief Minister of Punjab Special Education Committee. So once again, honoured. Welcome. Then, Madame Naveed, check your rings that are still on your fingers because I have my eye on those. Naveed Shahzad, welcome to our panel. You're a distinguished Pakistani educationalist. You're a writer, an actor with a career spanning several decades. You did tell me how many decades it spans, but I'm going to leave that to people's hearts and imaginations. You embarked on your acting journey in the 70s and quickly became a prominent figure in the entertainment industry. And then in 2019, you expanded your creative portfolio with a book, Aslan's Roar. So congratulations on publishing as well. You're a recipient of the Fatima Jinnah Award and a Professor Emeritus at the Beacon House National University here in Lahore. Your contributions to literature and the arts have been widely recognized, culminating in receiving the President's Pride of Performance, which is Pakistan's highest literary honor. And in addition to your artistic achievements, you've made significant strides in academia. As the Dean of the House of the Liberal Arts at Beacon House National University, you established the country's first department dedicated to theatre, film and television, bringing in a new era of creative education in Pakistan. And currently you're continuing to shape the future of education as an academic advisor at Lahore Grammar School. Thank you and welcome to our panel. Moving on to Rakeh, Rayman Jamian. So you're a musician, a music producer and a lecturer based here in Lahore. I knew Lahore is the place to be, people. So you acquired your BA in musicology from the National College of Arts in Lahore, and then you moved on to take a master's degree in humanities at the University of Chicago, looking at ethnomusicology, which you may need to explain to me later. You're an assistant professor at the musicology department at the National College of Arts here in Pakistan, in Lahore. And Jamil, you're also a lead member of a band, Mughal El-Funk, which I definitely recommend if you haven't looked on YouTube to do that. I was listening to it yesterday. Absolutely lovely music, really cool. And you're the sitar player for the band. You're a musical producer and you own your own production company, which is Red Brick Music Studios. You've trained in South Asia and you spent a good chunk of time in Kolkata, learning from India's most eminent practitioners of classical music. You performed as a session artist and also as a lead artist in Canada, the UK, and in the US. And you're producing your second album with your band, Mughal El-Funk, as well as a solo album, just to keep you busy, okay? Welcome to our panel. Honored to have you with us. And finally, closest to me is closest to me because I know you also best, Uzma, my dear colleague, who's the country director here in Cambridge University Press and Assessment. And Uzma, you've worked in leadership roles, and I have to say she's a big leader in our organization in educational, international education, both at a higher education level as well as in schools education. Uzma has great extensive experience of leading interventions at the state education sector, focusing on improving teaching and learning assessment standards, as well as curriculum development. Uzma's recently been appointed the Goodwill Ambassador for the SDGs, focusing on education. Uzma has an MA from the University of Cambridge and a master's degree in international business and management from the University of Westminster, where she was a Quentin Hogg Scholar. So, welcome to our panel. Thank you for inviting me to chair it. And to be honest, I feel that I couldn't be in a better place today. This is a super honor to be here. And also, a big learning experience for me to be thinking about what really matters in education, and from hearing from you about what's coming into your heart as you hear this theme. So what we're going to do is to have a little bit of structure, possibly a bit of chaos, and then later on some questions from yourself as well. So I'm going to kick off. I'm going to go in order of seating for the first question, and then afterwards we'll pick up on some themes and we'll have more questions and more answers from the panel, including your questions later. So I'm going to ask Amina, would you tell us a little bit about what matters in education for you?
Sure, thank you very much. That was a very amazing introduction, and it's an honor to be here sitting with all the panelists. So thank you, Cambridge, for giving us this opportunity. I would just like to talk about what I think education is, and I believe in a holistic approach towards education. I believe since prehistoric times, good education has been a holistic process that ensured the survival as well as continuity of knowledge, culture, and social norms. I think it is true for today's technologically driven competitive world as well, that we need to be shaping individuals into responsible, ethical, and well-rounded members of society. So definitely a holistic approach. Primarily, values and character development are at the core of education. It's about instilling virtues like honesty, integrity, and empathy, qualities that guide us in making ethical decisions and treating others with respect and kindness. For example, Japanese in schools of Japan, you will find out amazingly that they teach manners before knowledge. Maybe that's a thought we all need to take back with us. In addition, sports plays a vital role in education, and it teaches us teamwork, discipline, resilience, and above all, managing failures. Through sports, we learn, overcome challenges, celebrate victories with humility, and learn to appreciate each team member's contribution. As Ali Saab was mentioning, the anxiety level. If we teach our kids sports and we encourage them to play sports, you will be actually giving them a chance to overcome failures themselves. They'll know how to fall and they'll know how to get up again and start all over again. So I think sports play a very vital role. We all know that as teachers and educationists, we have to work on competence and capabilities enhancement for all involved in the process. When I say all involved, I'm not only talking about the kids of all ages. Yes, it is true. We need to prepare our kids, our students for tomorrow's, equipping them to be able to contribute meaningfully to the sustainability and prosperity of communities, societies, and world at large as global citizens. Henceforth, critical thinking, problem solvings are also essential. Education should equip us to analyze information critically, evaluate ideas, find innovative solutions to real-world challenges. As Uzma was mentioning in the morning, we are talking and looking at a volatile, complex situations, chaotic situations. So I believe that we have the responsibility for preparing the humans of future, and future is defined as the concept of VUCA: volatility, uncertainty, complexities, and ambiguity. There, in this world, the ability to thrive depends on developing adaptive, resilient, and innovative approaches to manage different situations we come across. This requires a shift from traditional linear thinking to more dynamic, flexible, and collaborative strategies. We must embrace continuous growth, stay curious, and evolve with the time. Together, I think all the educators in this room, we can actually empower every learner to make a positive impact for our community and build a brighter future. Now is the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meena. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. You just reminded me that when my kids were younger and they were learning how to skate, my husband kept saying to them, just throw yourself on the floor, just learn how to fall, because the more you learn how to go faster, you need to know how to fall. And I was the protective mama thinking, no, don't let my children fall. But actually, he was a good educator.
Yes,
I need to say thank you to him.
Thank you so much. I've seen it happening. You know, Edson is an amazing place in that sense that it gives boys the opportunity to be actively involved in all different sorts of sports. Yeah. And I think that teaches a lot of resilience, and I'm sure, I think Ma'am Naveed even and Rocky can actually talk about it as well, being part of the fraternity of Edson College. Thank you.
Thank you. Aisha, would you tell us as well what you think matters in education?
Well, what matters, Assalamu alaikum everybody. Thank you so much for having me on this panel. I know I'm in a company of educators and academics, so I'm going to say something a little bit off the regular path. It's a very big question, what matters in education. And I think what matters in education a lot is disruption. And with that disruption, the second word that I want to use is authenticity. If we're authentic to ourselves, if we're authentic to our mission as educators, we can achieve a lot. So when I look at education, I look at it not just from the perspective of me giving to the world, but the world giving back to me as well. I believe a lot in metacognition and reflective practices. I think as long as us as individuals who are the teachers stop looking at ourselves as the givers of information and start looking at ourselves as partners in education with children, we will reach bigger goals that we set for ourselves. One of the things that really bothers me in academics, and this is why I said I'm in the company of educators and I'm going to say a few things, I don't like to get over pedantic. I think people get stuck in buzzwords, and buzzwords are constantly evolving, and that's when I bring it back to authenticity. If you authentically know what your mission is, you don't need buzzwords in life because those keep changing. You know, there were 21st century skills was a big buzzword as we were moving into the 21st century. We are now almost 24 years into the 21st century and we're still figuring those out. And they are evolving. The skills that we thought were important in the beginning of the 21st century are no longer important and they are evolving. And as long as we can accept, we just don't know enough. So going back to another buzzword, lifelong learning, if we stick to that, we will evolve. So what matters in education is for us not to just ensure that students learn content, because content is available freely now, content is available everywhere, it can come through any passageway, whether it's Cambridge, IB, you name it, it's coming. It's about how you approach education and what you want to be with that education. I saw in your data, a lot of people said college, you know, moving abroad, but really, it's really to be a good human being at the end of the day. We have to, when we say holistic, another buzzword that we use these days, what does being holistic mean? It means that you are true to your nature as a human being, you're true to your planet, you have sustainable practices, you are digitally literate because that's the world we're going in, you have your own practices where you just want to make this world a better place. So such a huge question of what matters in education. I don't know if I can sum it up, but these are just some of the things that I wanted to bring to the table, that all these things exist. Our job as educators is to connect the dots. All these things are happening in silos. In today's world, we have to let go of those silos and connect all these dots, and inshallah, we should be able to make a better future for our children. And during the course of this discussion, I would like to veer back to the Pakistani context a lot, because a lot of the research and the data that we look at is all very Western, and it does not half the time apply to Pakistani context. So whenever we talk about something, I would like to bring it back to our context for the sake of the audience and for the sake of the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Really deep reflections. Thank you. And Navi, would you share your thoughts as well, please?
Thank you, Elizabeth, and with pleasure. Now, I'm going to be a little confrontational. I agree with everything that my friends have said, and I'm sure I'm going to agree with what is going to be said later on. When you ask a question like, what really matters in education? I mean, it's a huge canopy because everything matters. Experience, age, subject matter, institution, sociocultural rubrics, everything matters. So, if you're going to give me 2 minutes to talk about what matters in education, I'm going to pick just one of the features or the foundation stones of the triumvirate that we call education, which comprises of parent, institution, and the educator. These three are the foundations of all education. And education, I want to clarify for all of you, is not about filling in an empty vessel with new information, because that is what most teachers think it is. It's not. Education is about extraction, taking out what potential each child has. And another fallacy that I'd like to debunk right here is that children are not small adults. Please do not treat them like that. Their reactions, their responses are not what your responses to a particular situation are going to be like. Look at me. I'm a hybrid form, as I told Elizabeth earlier. I did pure sciences until my FSc. Physics, chemistry, biology, you name it, I did it. And I did not switch to the humanities until my undergraduate program at Keynote College, after I had spent a whole year in the USA studying the liberal arts. And that's where my journey begins. This hard and fast rule that we have created between the sciences and the humanities. Our budgets are allocated according to these. The sciences cost more money to them. Medicine costs more money to it. The humanities, why? These are questions that matter. In a 21st century, things are moving at such a rapid pace. We can't keep up. I go to bed at night, in the morning I get up, and something catastrophic has happened. I'm having nightmares thinking about artificial intelligence and what it's going to do to me in the next 5 years. Will I, as teacher, as mentor, as facilitator, become redundant in a sense? These are questions that matter. So we can be idealistic about a lot of things. We can romanticize it, but ground realities in Pakistan, and this is with apologies to Cambridge University, are very different from what you envisage or address. We have issues of, for example, let me just state just a few. We had the major issue of language. We lost half our country because of that. We have a major issue with the medium of instruction. We have the public sector schooling system, we have the private sector schooling system, and both are at odds with each other. We're talking privilege and marginalization. So, the cog in the wheel, what is that? That is what we have to concentrate upon. See, I'm bringing the house down with it. What really matters in education no matter how faulty it is the effective teacher. And by effective, what do I mean? You know, I drifted into teaching because my first love was acting. But I was the daughter of the Chief Justice of Pakistan, and in the time that I was growing up, no girls from good families joined showbiz. So the next best thing I could think of, where I could always have an audience, a revenue-paying audience, who could not leave the room and perform for them. What better could I have asked for? But in the 2 centuries, and I don't mean both centuries collectively, I'm not a dinosaur yet, I learned how gratifying teaching can be and how soul-destroying education can be if we're not careful. There is no such thing as a stupid child. Absolutely not. There are so many fallacies, so many, well, I shouldn't call it received wisdom, but so many perceptions that we have to rid ourselves of before we can become effective. The last point I want to make is about a fever that I'm suffering from these days, and the fever is intertextuality. Because of my science background and my specialization now in media studies and English literature, I am continuing to wonder at the magic of the human mind. Let me give you an example. When I teach metaphysical poetry, I'm awed by the fact that John Donne talks about homecoming and love for his wife Anne in terms of geometry. He uses the legs of the compass to explain how his heart longs for her, and how when the 2 legs meet, that is the meeting of the minds and bodies. When I teach Milton, I am awed by the fact that being blind, he's an alchemist. He's actually talking to you in his great epic about how to make gold bricks for Satan's hell. The imagination, the idea that we can cross over into subjects that we never thought had anything in common. I know I have colleagues in Pakistan who are very vociferous about science education versus the humanities. But the effective teacher will ensure that the student whose life he touches in any small way, and I assure you that I have been taught far more by my students than I have taught them. Because each child brings to the table something fresh, something new that I have no answers for. For example, if a child asks, why does grass grow upright? What's the answer for that? Why do I have 2 ears on either side of my head? I have no answer for that, because that's the way your anatomy works.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm
just winding up,
Perfect.
Elizabeth.
Thank you.
So I just want to leave you with the idea of being able somehow and as quickly as possible to create what I call the effective teacher if you want change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so we've learned that all of you teachers out there have to be effective, and you're all kind of performers, is what I know. So you've all got your audiences. You know what to do. I'm going to move on to our musicologist here, Tureke, for your thoughts.
Hello. Yeah. First of all, I'd like to just thank Cambridge for inviting me to be a part of this this conference and to share my 2 cents with all of you. Thank you for listening to me, and also it is really indeed an honor to be a part of this panel with such accomplished and inspiring individuals, human beings. And you know, I have to thank actually 2 of them, Amna ji, Amna pa, because I taught at Aitchison, and at that time it was like 2009, 2010, and she gave me the complete freedom to just be myself with the students, to teach them whatever I knew, to make them play music, whatever came into their hearts, and there was no restrictions. So thank you, and at Aitchison College, which was quite a challenge, right? So thank you so much. And of course, before that, Nevi Khala, who gave me my first job right after graduating from NCA in my musicology. I taught a course called Evolution of Music in South Asia, and she also gave me that complete freedom. So I couldn't have made this career without both of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I'm going to support Elizabeth in the moderation by saying we have 2 minutes each for all the panelists.
Yeah.
I can't
I'm
keep
terrible.
myself.
Yeah.
So Rake, if you could share your thoughts, and then we'd like to invite questions from the audience.
Okay, sure.
Sorry for my I'm just fascinated by all of your stories, so but I'm willing to listen. You can be the timekeeper.
Oh yeah. Should I go ahead? Yes. Oh, thank you. So I'm just going to share briefly my own experiences as a student since I was a toddler. And sorry,
Rake,
Aisha,
could you focus more on what you think matters in education? Like,
that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So Aisha, I'm just going to try and I'm going to use a keyword. Forgive me. It's social emotional learning, right? So I'm just going to talk
Listen,
about
you're
it.
a brave man. We're an all-female panel, so go for it.
I know. I'll try my best. So I just want to
He
say
has
that.
a harem.
Sorry?
You have a harem. The only man.
Yeah, no, I'm quite fortunate here. But so I feel like when we're kids, and I'm just putting my daughter into school soon, and preschool, I guess, and it's just that there's such a big fear. I was talking to Aisha, or talking to you about it, that when you put your trust in the trust in the hands of other human beings to educate your child, it's quite a daunting thought. So in terms of my experience, I feel like it's really strong in the beginning, where you are learning through music, you're learning through art, you're learning through creative means. And then I remember, and the good thing is I was abroad I was in Hong Kong, I was in the UK, and all I could recall from those years, of course, was the music, was the songs that I learned, nursery rhymes, and sort of just connecting subjects like math, like language, through music. And that was just so formative. Then I come to Pakistan, and it's like grades 3 to 8, or 3 to 10, or 3 to 12 even, where, there's a sort of shift. I mean, I feel like that social cultivation and cultural learning hoti hai, that sort of digresses quite a bit. And we tend to focus on grades. We tend to focus on, who's getting the best marks. It becomes competitive. And we sort of forget that music and the arts and sort of learning to express yourself as individuals, as human beings, that sort of takes a back seat. And I think I realized that when I joined NCA, also I went to University of British Columbia for a semester. I had 2 Fs and 2 Bs. I had 2 Fs in computer sciences and calculus, and 2 Bs, one in music and film studies. So it was pretty clear what my path was going to be. And then I came back, and that was when, in 2002, the musicology department was being formulated by Raza Kazim, who happened to be my grandfather. And he convinced me that, man, why don't you just come and join this department, and you can learn about your own culture, your own music. And I was playing sitar since I was 12. So, I thought that was a more attractive idea than going back and, continuing to fail. So then, I guess, during that time, to just wrap it up, in the classroom, I feel like one has to create that safe space where students can express, share their ideas, share their emotions, share what's going on in their lives freely, without, and sort of managing their emotions. I think as teachers, we can only facilitate them in that. I think that's very important, to manage your emotions, to see how you can cultivate that with others, with yourself individually, so that you can understand yourself better. And most importantly, to question. I think, in my opinion, the most rewarding thing coming from a student is if they ask questions from what you're teaching them, or telling them in the classroom. So for me, questioning rather than the answers, that is key as a successful educator. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful, thank you. Uzma, our final panelist. I'm not even going to suggest that you just got 2 minutes because you are the timekeeper.
No, I'm going to be very brief, and I think what I would say is everything that's been said, I'm just going to pick up on the stuff that really resonates with me. Starting with Amina, I think it's very, very important to give children various opportunities to express themselves. They should have sport, music, art, in addition to the basic academics that we give them, because every child is good at something. So then you give them an opportunity for an avenue where they can thrive. Then coming on to Aisha, I think the most important thing that she said, which I really feel strongly about, is being authentic. All these words, you've seen Ali Chima's presentation this morning, it's all back to a simple childhood. Throw the gadgets away till they're 5 at least. Mine are 7 and they still don't have a phone or an iPad. They think an iPad is a small TV. I may be wrong, but I think it's working for them. And then going to Navida Appa, absolutely, whatever you said, each one of those things is critical. And like you said, teaching is the most important part. But one thing you said that I was thinking about, education kills creativity these days. Every child's natural state is of being happy, curious. We all, as parents, we are told, oh, they're going to ask you 1,000 questions. You send them to school, and Tabinda was sharing some research with me that they stop asking questions. So I think that curiosity, and it's very difficult to entertain a 7-year-old with 1,000 questions per hour, but at least, 500, it's okay. And then coming to Rakhia, I think we've been talking about mental and emotional well-being. So I think the most important thing for a child is to be at a peaceful state of mind. Not just a child, any individual. Because if you're stressed and unhappy, you reflect instead of absorbing. And by absorbing, not what your teacher is saying, by absorbing things that you see around you, the interactions that you have with people around you, wanting to be happy and play. The only thing I'd like to add from myself is, please do not assess children till they are of a certain age. Please do not assign grades. There can be nothing more misleading than telling a 3, 4, 5, 6-year-old if this is, you are an A student or you are a B student or you stood first and second, and we need to educate parents. In my own mummy's group, people want to know what? I did not tell my children what their results were. They said, how did we do? We said, you went on to the next class, that's brilliant, but you're getting these prizes because you were kind and nice human beings. The world is full of scientists and artists and politicians who are crazy smart. But we need humility and we need empathy. So let's just make our children good human beings. And just to, plug Cambridge in, the collection of these people sitting around is what we think gives us a holistic view of education. So I'm highly impressed by all of these individuals, and that's why we want to engage with them more and more to enrich what we are able to influence in the classrooms. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks all of you so far. I also just wanted to capture a couple of points in a similar way to Uzma from hearing what you're telling me and our audience. And I'm hearing that education is all about failure as well. We have to learn how to fail. We don't have to be perfect at everything in life. And falling down is as important as learning how to fall down without hurting yourself. It feels that we have to put our learners, our children, in a safe space where they can be themselves, and they shouldn't be trying to be like the child next to them. They have to learn how to be themselves.
Elizabeth, may
Yes.
I interject here?
Yes.
I think it's important to remember that our national poet, Iqbal, his verse is, Girte hai shah sawar hi maidane jang mein. This is an awareness that has been there, how to cope with failure. Amina is a witness. My grandson, when he became head boy of Aitchison, in his speech he said, I have run 8 times, I have never won, but I will run the 9th time.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
that's the kind of spirit. This is coping with failure has a great deal to do with the sociocultural rubric that we
Yeah.
live in.
Absolutely.
Because some places will cope with failure far better than others.
Yeah.
And I think there, the parents are far more to blame than anybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. I can put my hand on my heart and know that sometimes I've looked at the successes and I've not helped my own children learn from their failures. So we're all learning. I've also understood that we see in education a really big role to help children connect the dots. So it's not about all disparate experiences, but also to look at what that brings to us as a whole. From Navi as well, I really like the concept that we don't have empty vessels sitting on the chairs in our classroom. We have content already, we have human beings, and what we're there to do is just to help them be their best selves and to express themselves and give something back to us, not just expect to give something to them. So a two-way dialogue. And with yourself as well, being able to explore explore your own talents and being in a space where it's not all about science or all about the arts. It's about learning a little bit of everything and then being free to really focus on where you can grow personally and manage your own emotions as you're learning.
Exactly.
And then obviously the role of the teacher as a facilitator, as a performer, as a questioner, as someone who's learning as much as the students in the classroom. So, and I love Uzma. I really love Uzma generally, but I also love what you were saying. Sorry, I'm just expressing myself here. Feeling free and authentic to say that. I think that this sense of being able to understand that we don't all have to crowd in with our voices. We have to be humble. We have to be able to have humility and empathy to hear what other people are saying as well is absolutely critical. So we're hearing a lot about what matters. I'm going to ask you all one more question, and then I'm going to open up to the panel, if that's okay. If you prefer me to open straight up to the panel, I will let you. Are you happy for me to go with one question?
Sorry?
Are you happy for me to ask you all one more question before we open up? Yeah. So it sounds like a bit of a complicated thing, education. You're not going to solve it today. What would be the one thing from each of you that you think we can do today in our schools, in our classrooms, in our homes, that could help move education into the space of what matters?
Can I
Yes, Aisha, thank you.
So because this is a conference for teachers, I really want to talk directly to teachers. I think there's a lot of pressure when you come down to ground realities. The number of students in your classes, when I talk to teachers, there's a lot of we don't have the time to do all the things that you're telling us to do. While they sound very good on paper, come and live our life for a second and you'll see that we can't do it. So I just want to talk directly to the teachers, and one of the tips that I want to give you is, if you, we were talking about effective teachers. A lot of our teachers do not have the tangible experiences that we're expecting them to teach children. So if in order for us to say, oh, you must learn these skills, we have to see whether our teachers have those skills to begin with. Yeah. So there's a lot of PD, I think, that as a school that is required in order for teachers to become more effective. And one of the tips that I was going to tell teachers is, if you teach your children how to be effective learners, because otherwise you are just the giver of information. Aap jo baat kar rahi thi about asking those questions about why the grass is straight or why we have 2 ears, children don't ask those questions anymore, right? So we have to build that space for them where they feel free to ask those questions, because children might say, that's such a stupid question, I don't want to ask that. Everybody has 2 ears. So as teachers, we have to learn to let those questions come through as well. Yeah. So I think in terms of everybody's school context, aap log agar apne schools pe jaएं, go back to your schools and have these conversations that these are our limitations and we don't know how to teach them. It's okay to say that. Not everybody has critical thinking skills, not everybody has communication skills, certainly not everybody has collaboration skills. Today I call, when teachers talk to each other, I call them, we tolerate each other's skills. We don't collaborate, because a lot of people like to take credit for a lot of things as opposed to really being collaborative. But there are workshops, there are ways in which you can learn to have all those skills, to better filter those skills down to your students. So that's one of the things that I feel like PD for skills in schools is very important for teachers.
Thank you.
I'd very much like to add to what Amna has said. It makes absolute sense. I think the problem basically is time management. When you have to teach 40 to 45 periods per week to 5 different sections, and you're teaching the same lesson, it's pure drudgery, nothing but. And if you have an overload, it's completely understandable. Yeah. Now, what can you do about it? Number 1, please attend online courses or perhaps workshops that offer you support in terms of information and computer technology. It will not only save time, it will also give you alternate ways, not only of teaching, because children love visuals. They're more tactile than we are. They want to touch everything. They want to hear everything. They want to smell everything, because their senses are far brighter and sharper than ours are. So make use of the material that you have. Bring the curiosity back into the classroom through, and I'll tell you what I've recently discovered, is interactive radio. It is absolutely amazing. A 20 to 25 minute interactive radio session in class gets everybody bug-eyed. Oh, I can be heard. Oh, I'm on radio. I'm on the air.
Wow.
And that is how you use ready-made techniques which are already being used elsewhere in the world. The one thing that I came away from Japan with when I went for training was how to manage your time. Instead of correcting 150 notebooks written in scrawls and so on, and underlining them in red, giving the child a complex about the page when he looks at it because it's all red lines.
Yeah, it's...
Rethink how to teach. Take support where it is available.
There's a
Use
theme.
visuals. Computer technology is the answer.
Yes, and I would just like to add one more thing to what Ma'am Naveed has said, and that is try and connect to your students. We've experienced it, and we've seen it that when you go beyond and take one step further in looking after the well-being of a child feels important. Schedule and go and see his play or go and see the sport that he's doing. That 5 minutes are going to change your classes forever. And this is something simple. I know we all are busy. We have lots of schedules, as Ma'am Naveed said. We have teaching so many different periods and everything, but those 5 minutes will actually reduce the stress in the class.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the teachers here who've done that, who've experienced it, would agree with me. So go beyond the little help and be human. Your well-being, the students' well-being in the class, all matters. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay.
To add to what Nabikala was saying, visually, even melody, you know, when you teach, try and experiment a little, maybe sing. You sing those,
You don't want to hear me
you
sing,
know, what
actually.
your those lessons out, whatever, this math or history, or because that actually, you retain that in the future more than a speaking voice, to be honest, because we are all born with singing voices. Let me tell you this, our speaking voice comes much later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to challenge you.
Rakesh,
I'm telling you.
I'm sorry to say some of us are totally tone deaf.
No, that's okay. It's not about tone.
I was thinking, so you don't
Excuse
need to-
myself
Our
from
chords
that.
are designed to actually
But I
belt
think,
out.
I think what you're saying is so important because I think when you look at the universe at the basic, fundamental level, the universe is about mathematics and music. I mean, the music of the spheres was something that the Greeks talked about centuries ago. So, you're in good company.
Thank you everyone so much. And given that, Nevi, you were telling me the importance of time management, and my time management skills haven't been very good, so I haven't given you enough time to ask your questions. But please take note of any questions that you have, and you will get a chance to ask them later on. We do have a session later on where you can, you'll have a space. So I just want to say thank you very, very much to the panel, and thank you to you all for engaging with your applause and appreciation. We'd like to give a little bit more appreciation, so I'm going to ask the panelists one by one to receive a small gift of appreciation from us. Thank you everyone very much, and I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but I'll leave you to our colleagues afterwards.
Thank you for having us. Thank you, everyone.
Elizabeth, we just...
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Sorry.
Miss Amna Kamran. Miss Aisha Kasuri. Ma'am Naveed Shahzad. Miss Aisha, if you could please stay back for the group photo. Sorry, thank you. Miss Amna. And finally, we have Mr. Rakesh Jamil.
We'll just take a group photo. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Can we please have a big round of applause for all of them? It was actually a very insightful, listening to all of them, actually made me nostalgic. And back in the day when I was teaching, I remember my first day as a teacher feeling both excited and nervous. The joy of seeing students grasp new concepts and grow is truly unparalleled. I'm sure many of you can relate to that first day experience as well. That anticipation, the planning, and then the magical moment when you realize you're making a difference. One of my favorite memories from that day is a student who was struggling with a math problem, and after working through it together, the look of triumph on his face was priceless. It's those moments that remind us that teaching is filled with such rewarding experiences.
So how about we take a moment to share. Does anyone here have a memorable first day story that they'd like to share? It can be funny, heartwarming, or anything that made an impact on you. So do we have any volunteers?
Anyone who would like to share their experience? Surprisingly, no one. So yes, we do have, yes. Can we have the mic, please, being given to them? Hassan, over there, please.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I teach a subject, Internet Governance Technology Policy. And I started teaching this when COVID had struck. So it was an online class. So the first, the way COVID has changed teaching and studying as well has also been very influential. But the one thing that you've talked about, what has been the one moment that has really struck you for the first time, I had a lot of computer science students because they thought probably internet governance and technology policy is a subject they should be talking about. And then there were a lot of humanities students, economics, English, and the first day they were really, really upset. After the first class, a lot of them talked to me and said that I don't think we fit into this subject. We will not be able to deal with this. These are concepts we will not understand. And that was the point when, as a teacher, I felt that probably there is something I need to do to make the class engage better. It's not the sciences versus the arts that we have all been talking about, but actually collaborating. And at the end of the semester, when it all happened, I think some of the top 3 students, 2 were out of the humanities group. And also the fact that most of them the computer science students also said that probably we have never thought about internet and technology policy the way we should be thinking about. Not because I am a good teacher or anything, but because they collaborated in class together, the sciences and the arts, and the ones who thought they did not know much. And that was probably a very defining point for me as a teacher.
Thank you so much for sharing your response. And I'm sure, as you mentioned about the collaboration, it was something that you also did, some magic that you also, kind of created in that classroom, which did make an impact, and they were able to learn better. Moving on, now.
Sorry, Anoop. Before we move on, just a reminder, all the delegates who have not taken your delegate card, please proceed to the registration desk and do that before lunch. You need that for the breakout sessions because they're listed there. Thank you.
And moving on to the next session, now I would like to call my colleague Sidra Jawad to introduce the next speaker.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Sidra Jawad, and I'm the Regional Senior Education Manager at Cambridge. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce Carolyn Tiller, the Director of Qualifications and Test Development at Cambridge. With 25 years of experience in education, training, and curriculum development across various learning spheres, Carolyn's extensive experience makes her a valuable contributor to our conference. She manages the team developing Cambridge IGCSEs, O-levels, and AS and A-levels. Beyond her professional achievements, Carolyn enjoys riding a tandem bicycle with her husband, a testament to her collaborative spirit and dedication, which has undoubtedly contributed to her success in her career. Today, she will speak about how Cambridge is preparing students for the future by revising qualifications and tests to ensure they are relevant for today's learners. Please join me in welcoming Carolyn Tiller.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. I just check my mic. Excellent. Thank you. I was worried this would be taller than me. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for having me here today. It's a real privilege and pleasure. It's my first time in Lahore. I have been to a Cambridge event before in Pakistan, but only once. But I've been made aware that there are some colleagues amongst us today for whom this is their first time at a Cambridge event here in Pakistan. So if you're a first-time attendee, could you just stand up, please, so we can see who you are? Thank you, and welcome. Welcome to all of those of you for the first time. It's really great to have you here with us today. Secondly, I want to flip this classroom, as we've been talking about today, and I'm a bit nervous because there's an awful lot of you here. So if I'm talking too fast, would you just raise your hand so that I can slow down? Okay? So I'd really ask you to do that for me today, because I know we're all keen to get to lunch, but there's a lot of things to talk about. So let me ask you to give me that feedback. So, preparing learners for the future. There are many reasons for us to be optimistic about the future for ourselves and the learners we serve. I want to talk to you today about how we're preparing learners for the future at Cambridge International Education. And I know we've heard a lot of themes in our talk from Miss Uzma, from Simon, Elizabeth, and Dr. Ali, and I'll be picking up a lot of those today. There we go. We're going to talk about three things: wider themes on the changing nature of education and future casting. Future casting is where organizations work together to think, what will the future be like? How can we understand the future? And then three areas of change that we know are coming. We know these things are coming, and at Cambridge we're working to make sure that our curriculum and assessments will support learners in this new world. And then how we are putting that work into practice, what you'll see in our curriculum and what you'll see in Cambridge to support you on that journey. First of all, a question. What do you think the future is going to look like? Now, we've had some ideas from Dr. Ali, but I'd like a couple of answers from those of you out there about what you think the future is going to look like. So anyone with an answer who can either remember what Dr. Ali was talking about or has their own ideas, please raise your hand.
The future looks like kind of uncertain. The Gen Z generation is very different from us with the AI on the horizon. And it's a little confusing how to go about it, how to, unravel it and move forward.
Thank you, that's really helpful. Yes, it's confusing, isn't it? We're not quite sure which way to turn. Do we have anyone else who'd like to suggest an idea, what they think the future looks like? Maybe somebody from over here. Here we are, this gentleman here.
If I'm audible, I would like to add, the future will look like the same as the present. We will be embracing some of the features of which we are afraid of, and we'll be uncertain for some of the new things coming which we don't know right now.
Okay, thank you. So there'll be a lot of things that will stay the same, although there'll be some things that will really change. And we've talked about how some of those things are going to change. But you're right, there will be a lot of constancy about our human relationships, how we depend on each other, and how our communities will be important for us. What Dr. Ali spoke about was the disruption of skills and how the landscape of skills was changing. And we'll talk a little bit about that today. Let's think about how the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation, has done some research on what will be important in 2030 for learners. First of all, just as you said, oh, there we are. I'll put them all up. Yeah. Many things will be the same. So the cognitive foundations, which include our literacy and numeracy skills, will remain. Everybody still needs to be able to read and write. Oh, hang on. There's a slight delay, sorry. Oh, there we are, okay. See, I'm learning. I hope I'm learning anyway. Yay! There we go. Yes, so everyone still needs to be able to read and write. But on those cognitive foundations, there's going to be the new requirements for people to be data literate and be able to develop their digital literacy. We know that young people are going to be able to need to manage data, but also their digital footprint. They're going to need to understand that anything they write digitally is going to follow them potentially for the rest of their lives. And they're going to have to manage that sense of understanding and be careful about how they manage their digital identity. Health foundations are really important. And we've talked a lot today about mental health and physical health. That was also referenced in the last panel about how sport was important. And the COVID pandemic has acted as an accelerant for our understanding about the crisis in mental health for young people. And that hasn't gone away. There's a real awareness of the potential for education and educators to be at the forefront of supporting young people's mental health in the future. Social and emotional foundations are also seen as core. They're even sometimes more important for cognitive skills, as indeed Uzma referenced in her piece just earlier. Without that sense of security about your social and emotional foundations, you can't learn. I think those of you in classrooms know that you've got an unhappy student, they're not going to make progress in their learning. Morality and ethics are part of that social and emotional core. Ethics was something that perhaps we didn't need to worry about until those of us who went on did some research or further learning. But actually, now, learners will need to understand very clearly what our expectations are, both at home and in their social environments and at school. Because that needs to include academic honesty and school standards and home standards of behaviour. They will need this guidance to support them becoming the best that they can be. The OECD also recognises the importance of transformative competencies. These include creating new value. Innovation is the core of inclusive growth and sustainable development. When students create new value, whether that's social value or whether it's financial value, they need to collaborate with others and think outside the box to find new solutions. This is like team games or team spirit, but it gives opportunity within the school community for them to develop in this way. And I know many of you in your schools have these opportunities for students to either lead organisations or collaborate together as parts of teams, whether it's putting on a play, whether it's playing in a team, or whether it's collaborating in a Shark Tank experiment. This work blends a sense of purpose with critical thinking and community, giving opportunities within school for learners to lead and create these activities can also support this activity. So it could be student-led activities also. So where students perhaps are leading a tea society to share their love of tea, or perhaps form their own support group to give a voice to learners who perhaps they don't feel are being well represented. In an interdependent world, students will need to be able to balance contradictory tensions and dilemmas. They'll have to be comfortable with complexity and ambiguity. There are no straight lines. So this requires empathy, humility, and respect. Taking responsibility, students who have the capacity to take responsibility for their actions will develop a strong moral compass and learn to accept the consequences of their decision-making, for good or ill. And again, positions of responsibility in school can really support this. Accepting accountability for supporting younger students, and I've heard of some great examples in school here where students are working as peer support for other learners, or leading on school excursions or activities. So how can learners be equipped further to take responsibility? One key route is by developing student agency. Student agency, learning how to learn, dealing with problems with no immediate solutions, developing a framework of skills within which they can attack these problems and deal with them, which then evolves them and enables them to behave in a way which accords with their own moral, social, economic, and creative purpose. We're seeking to create students and support students becoming the best that they can be with their own passion and purpose, and these frameworks will really enable them to thrive. They'll develop the greater motivation in order to orient around their own objectives, and we need that. We understand from research that students as young as 8 can have a real idea about where they want to go and what they want to do. So we need to foster that sense of their own identity in order that they can develop the capacity to thrive in this complex world. And then they become co-creators of their own future. And I think we heard in the panel about how learners are working with us. We're not giving them information, they're working with us to become the people that we all need them to be in the future. Now, what student agency isn't, it isn't total independence from their context and culture. It absolutely isn't that. It's about giving them the framework so they develop responsibility so that they can participate in society and influence people, events, and circumstances for the better. So a question for you. What have you learned recently? We're talking a lot today about learning how to learn. What have you learned recently, and how did you learn it? So just talk a little in your tables for a minute about what you've learned recently and how you've learned it. So just there's pictures on the side there to give you some ideas, but on your tables, I'll give you 2 minutes to talk on your tables about something you've learned. Okay. It's so lovely to hear you all talking. Can I pull everybody back, though? I'm going to pull everybody back. Yes, yes. Okay, so I'm hoping we've got a couple of really nice examples. What I could see from the stage, and I'm so sorry I couldn't get down to join you, was people moving their hands, showing how they move things, and this is how we do it, isn't it? But have we got some good, nice examples of what people have learned recently, please?
All right, speaking about what we have learned recently, we are, I think, on daily basis learning, and that is something continuous, right? But now that we are exposed to the AI, the digitalization, I think our learning's focus should be on what prompts can we use for the usage of AI. How can we enhance our learning even while using this AI, which once, or as let's say someone spoke about we educators being redundant, right? We have that fear somewhere unconsciously. So we need to tackle that. We are learning how to face that challenge and what to do next, how to go about the AI that is becoming, I think it is being integrated in every sphere of life, right? So how we can face the challenge.
Thank you.
Some people are learning the prompt engineering.
Prompt engineering, yep, absolutely.
I just wanted to share that I love this question only because every time I think about it, my answer remains the same, which is I learn through experiences. Unless I've experienced something, I will not learn it.
That's
so
really-
and I don't have to open a book. That's my thing to myself is never have to open a book and learn something.
Okay, that's really interesting. Thank you. Never have to open a book, but learn something. Okay? Some other ideas. Thank you.
I learned learning environment should be stress-free both for the teachers and the students as well. This
Yeah.
is very important.
Yes,
This
learning
is,
should
this
be fresh.
for the teachers as well.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Learning should be stress-free for teachers as well as learners. Yes, thank you. Got somebody here? Oh, no.
Hello.
Yeah.
That's fine. So I'm head of a junior school, so I would present myself as a teacher here, where I feel we learn from our children. And I fortunately belong to the most beautiful age of children, the primary level. So last year we just thought we do have a fair, science and art exhibition, which is commonly called, but we named it as Makers Fair, where we include each and every subject. So last year we thought of just changing it, bringing these children to a level where they should learn what is inside them, the hidden talents and all. So a skills expo was announced, which actually meant that children could come up with any strength they had. Some came up with some cooking ideas, some came up with the plane. One child could create a plane, one brought in robotics, chess. So these were some very little things. For the first year as a pilot project, we did it for grade 6. And I was so impressed where boys brought in so many things. One boy brought, he wanted to make brownies, so we had a mock drill to see if they'll be able to handle this many parents. And they beautifully did it. They made brownies there on spot. They made pastas, they made a lot of stuff. A boy knew how to, he could calculate the BMIs and all. So one very interesting incident was that this boy who was allowing everybody to play chess, I asked him, let's see how you can earn things, and they had to get money out of it. So it was like telling them to have acquired skills, which can be, you know, needed in the market or can be, earn money. So this child who came in with chess as an idea, I asked him, how will you make so many people play chess? We have a huge number of parents coming in. So he said, okay, madam, what I can do is I can create a booklet for chess lovers on how to play chess well. So he made that booklet. I wanted to involve money without making money into everybody's hands. So we made coupons, and those were 100 each. So this boy brought in a 250 rupees entry was for the chess. And I told him, beta, it's not possible. I haven't made any 50 rupees coupon, so how would you manage it? He went back and he said, I have an idea. What if I sell it at the stall, telling this was initially for 250, but for this forum, it's for 200 rupees. So I said, now you have learned it. This is what I wanted you to learn. They became better entrepreneurs, and this year we are hoping to have it for whole school. So hopefully it will be a great experience. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a lovely idea. A lovely idea of having a skills expo where you can really learn from the skills that students have already got. So anyone else? Anyone from the back of the room? I'm going to test the mic people here. There we go.
Assalamu alaikum. I feel like the best thing I've learned till now, the disruption. We are preparing students, but we do not know the future. What is going to happen tomorrow as we're talking about AI? I don't know if AI reaches everybody. It changes before that.
Yeah.
And the other thing, that fascinated me a lot. It was said by Mr. Ahad Chima. When we deliver the content to the students, at times they absorb it. But if they're not engaged with it, they will absorb it, they will keep it to themselves, and when there are exams, they may try to get engaged with it. So, and then somebody else said, if I am a responsive teacher and I engage the learners on time, then maybe they will develop the skills to be more adaptive. So this is what I've learned till now.
That's great, thank you. So learning as teachers to be more responsive and learning about our skills. So has anybody got a practical thing they've learned recently? Somebody who's got something really practical just to take it to the other level, because I know we're all here as teachers, but we all bring all these different identities with us today. So anybody learned something practical? I think we've got a few there in the middle. Yeah, you've got somebody?
Yeah. So I think I learn best, and this is what I've seen in my children and my students, when they're compelled to learn something. If you can convince them this is important, I can give you an example. I'm a graphic designer, not by education, but because of compulsion, because I wanted to communicate to the people who were doing it for me. I've just recently learned coding because we're developing a school app. I learned golf because I wanted to spend more time with my husband. And recently I'm learning this app called Web Life or Web 360, which keeps track of where your children are at all times. So I think if I feel the compulsion to learn something, I think I'm all out.
That's great, lovely, thank you. So lots of different ideas here about how we're developing as teachers and how obviously engaging with our students means we're pushing ourselves to learn new things. And that's the key. It's not just about our students, it's about ourselves. We're all learning and we all need to keep learning.
Yes, hello everyone. So one of the things I've recently learned is very important is the ability to unlearn and relearn. I figured out that the things are changing so rapidly that people who are late adopters suffer. And the ones who are the early adopters are the ones who can benefit from a lot of things. So recently I've been using AI in creative ways, and I've been learning how to use AI to make my work easier and better. I was recently planning a workshop, and I had two different ways to go. And I shared both the plans with the AI and asked for feedback, and the critical feedback I got was so great, it helped make things clearer for me. So I think the way forward is for us to learn new ways of using the new resources and facilities available to us. Instead of resisting change, instead of saying this is a bad thing and it shouldn't go forward, we must embrace the change and use it to our benefit. Master the use of it, let's say. One of my favorite tools is the AI meeting tool, because instead of taking notes, I can use that to take down notes for a summary while I pay attention to what is being said in a workshop or meeting. Lovely session, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So AI, I think AI is a theme for all of us, isn't it? We're all looking to engage with new tools and make the most of them, and thank you for that example. So just to come back, what we need to do is we need to always keep engaging with new ways of thinking, including creativity, critical thinking, problem solving and decision making, because learners are going to need this in the future, and we've heard that multiple times today. We're going to need new ways of working in terms of collaboration and communication, and we're going to need to make the most of new tools for working, so harnessing the power of new technologies. Learners today will have at least 12 jobs when they leave school and higher education, and we really don't know what they're going to be, do we? So we're equipping learners with the confidence that they can continue to learn and acquire new skills and knowledge throughout their lives is the best job we can do as educators, and it's that confidence that matters. To remain competitive, workers will need to acquire new skills continually, which you're all doing, and which requires flexibility and a positive attitude towards lifelong learning. One practical way of doing this, and to bring it back to the Cambridge Learner attributes, is to suggest for yourselves and for your learners that you'll use something like a reflection journal. After today, consider what you've learned. And what have you learned that was challenging and new to you today? A lot of people have talked about how they need to challenge themselves as teachers. What was the experience that made you think about that? Maybe it was coming here today. And then set a personal learning goal. How are you going to go away from today and practice becoming a teacher in the future? How is that going to change your teaching practice? And this isn't just a learning goal or a reflective journal for you, but it's also something you can use with even the younger students. Even the younger students, what is it they're looking to learn, and how can you support them and give them feedback to take them on that journey? Now, I said I'd focus on 3 particular areas of change. The first is climate change and environmental sustainability. Could you please hold up your placard if you're concerned about climate change and sustainability? Yeah, we're all so concerned, aren't we, about climate change and sustainability. And we believe at Cambridge that education is key to tackling the climate crisis. Together with Cambridge schools, we can empower young people with the skills and knowledge to take action on climate change, enabling them to be ready for the world and support environmental sustainability in their context. We believe that amplifying student voices and developing their critical, creative, and communication skills is key to finding solutions. We want to inspire and empower learners to solve problems by considering the challenge from different perspectives, both global and local. Many of the communities we work with are eager, just as you are here, to support learners. And this is being driven by learners. In our recent climate change survey, 80% of our learners were keen to have further information about climate change. One comment that really strikes home is a young learner who said, "I am really aiming to make this world a better place." You can join with us at Cambridge by joining our Climate Change Coalition, and we can give you more information about that. Technology. According to the World Economic Forum, by 2025, technological change will see 97 million new jobs and 85 million jobs will disappear. A lot of everyday jobs will be automated, which sets up a task. What will survive and what will not? And we saw Dr. Ali's slide with all the different skills that we know will be required, which include analysis and those creative skills. We need originality and initiative. At Cambridge, we're embracing technology, both in and through our learning. We're trialing new ways of automating our own systems, and we're trialing how we can use AI to support teachers. We've got a big pilot with AI to see how it supports learning in schools and how it might be accelerating learning for some learners. In our qualifications, we're looking to support and stimulate learning across technology within subject areas, within the context of human thinking and reflective practice, asking good questions as to where technology can support and drive critical thinking and creativity. We don't want to take that away from that human-centered approach. Oh, we've gone forward. Globalization and the need for cultural competence. Globalization means we all need together to understand, empathize, and collaborate across cultures. The issues shaping the future are complex and require a multidisciplinary approach. Education remains the most powerful tool we have to develop the mindsets and skill sets necessary to help people work together to reach a collective better future. The The upheaval brought about by COVID-19 has reinforced the need for collaborative problem solving. In November 21, UNESCO published a report entitled Reimagining Our Futures Together, a New Social Contract for Education, which suggests that the current and future purpose of education would require us to face these global challenges together. We require a shared vision for collaboration, which will enable us to work together on our interdependence of all our societies. Cambridge qualifications are designed to support international learners with the competence to work with empathy and understanding across the world. We understand that the context for learning is local and the issues that learners will reflect upon are global. So then, how does this impact on the future of education and assessment? How will education look and feel the same or different? What do people think? Is there any ideas from the floor about how education might be the same or different? And we've heard some thoughts about how things might be the same and how things might be disrupted. But what will your schools look like, do you think? Any thoughts from the floor? Sorry, I'm working the people with the mics quite hard, I'm afraid. Any ideas? What do you think schools are going to look like? I think we've got somebody over there.
Assalamu alaikum. I think the future of our institutions or the education will be more in activity-based learning and a platform to provide the opportunities for collaborative and teamwork. Because the knowledge, as Mr. Ali Jima had already mentioned, that the content is already going to be present on AI. So the subject matter and the content will not be the matter that will be mandatory or to be focused in the academic institutions. It will be more of an activity-based learning or the learning of those skills which will provide us the opportunities to interact with each other. Because interaction will be lacking in the future because students or the children, they are becoming more engaged with the devices that they are using instead of engaging with the people. So it should provide, I think, the more opportunities to interact with other people so that their emotional well-being is catered.
Thank you. Yep, that's absolutely right. I think we'll see schools being a human centre for human learning. Yes, any other thoughts? We've got 5 minutes. I've got 5 minutes left, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to take those thoughts later. Okay, so what do we think it's going to be? It's going to be human-centric. It's going to be, as we've just heard, collaborative, exactly as we just heard. It's going to require and lean on advanced technology support. There's going to be an expectation, we're all going to have the expectation that learning is going to take place in and through life. And then we're going to emphasize learning as producing rather than consuming learning. So, we've been doing some research on what this means for assessment. And I haven't got time to talk to the slide, but I'll just flash up. These are some of the things we're thinking about. We're thinking a lot about student well-being, technology and digital, climate change, flexible mobile learning, and how we're going to incorporate AI tools. And you can see the link to the research there. But we're doing a lot of work already on this in Cambridge. And one thing I particularly wanted to get to was the science competition. So this is an example of something new which demonstrates how Cambridge is working beyond the curriculum to deliver learning experiences. And this photograph is from children from 4 students from Bloomfield Hall School in Pakistan. Have we got anybody here from Bloomfield Hall? Yes, We have, great. So Bloomfield Hall School, this team won the first Sustainability Award, a new category in our science competition, which was initiated by our Director for Climate Change Education, Christine Ursden. And their investigation was into the use of raw materials to construct buildings without using steel and cement. And their example was selected because it was thought-provoking and looking for a local solution to a global problem. So Cambridge is invested in delivering these learning experiences in addition to the qualifications that are so valued. My experience here and the few days I've been in Pakistan is that you're all committed and passionate educators and learners, and that you're transmitting that passion and enthusiasm to your learning in your schools. I just want to thank you for this opportunity and hope there'll be opportunities to talk to you later with any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caroline, for a very insightful session. Again, a reminder to all the delegates that if you have any questions, please save them for later. We have a Q&A session planned for later in the day. Now we will take a lunch break. After lunch, we have 11 breakout sessions planned. I hope that all of you have taken your delegate cards from the registration desks. You all have been assigned a breakout room, which is mentioned on your delegate card. And okay, and if it's not mentioned, we also have an information desk there. So if you have any queries or need any assistance, our team would be there to support you. Please refer to the brochure for the rooms that you need to go into. Enjoy your lunch, everyone, and we will be starting the breakouts at 2 p.m., so we have 45 minutes. After the breakout session, so that would be 3 p.m., Tabinder. Thank you.